Northwestern Castro County, made its way into southern Randall County, and there it is right there, coming in from Jay and Melissa. Again, they are watching the storm as it makes its way to the northeast. Again, a very dangerous situation. For our friends in the city of Canyon, good news, this tornado is staying to the east and southeast of you. You can rest easy for right now. The tornado is not anywhere close to the city of Canyon. But for our friends out around the Panhandle Canyon, or if there's any housing developments out there close to that highway 217 going out toward the canyon, you need to be in your place of safety at this time. Lowest level, put as many walls around you as possible. Cover yourselves with pillows, blankets, towels, put on a heavy winter coat, put on a bicycle helmet, a hard hat, put on a football helmet if you have one, and just hunker down and wait till that threat is passed. If you live in a mobile home, I hope that you made prior, you basically are out of your mobile home and you're in some place of safety. If you have a basement at your house, go into the basement, but get underneath a piece of heavy furniture or underneath the stairwell, of course, if you have a storm shelter or a cellar. That's the best place to be. But a large tornado on the ground coming in from Jay and from Melissa. Let's go back over to Weather 1, back over to Doppler radar, and let's give you an idea of what we have right now. Chris, can you go back over to the Doppler velocity? Let's see what we are seeing with Doppler velocity. There it is. There's the tornado right there. Thank goodness for the city of Canyon. It's to the east of you. But again, I know we have a housing development in this area, don't we? Right here along Interstate 27 as you make your way into the city of Canyon. For you folks in that housing development, you need to be in your place of safety. Possible tornado on the ground as we speak. We have been watching it for the last 30 to 45 minutes, moving off to the northeast. I believe that housing development may be on 217. So we're talking about right here. If that's the case, then that tornado would pass to the east, which is good news. But again, the tornado is making its way off to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. There is the entrance to the Panhandle Canyon as you go down into the canyon. In fact, it looks like we now have a new tornado warning that has just been issued by the National Weather Service. So they're extending this tornado warning to now make it up toward Lake Tanglewood, which now you're talking about the southeast side of Amarillo, the Timber Creek Canyon area, and then eventually over toward Interstate 40, Claude, Conway, possibly into the east side of Amarillo. Again, it's for this tornado right here that we have confirmation it's on the ground. It's been on the ground for at least 30 minutes. It is a large tornado. We refer to it as a wedge tornado. Think about a wedge of cheese with a point sticking to the ground. That's what we're talking about, is a large tornado that is on the ground, possibly a mile wide and moving off to the northeast. Chris, can you zoom out on this for me just a little bit, please? And maybe actually draw a storm track, and let's kind of see where it's going to go here. Looking at this tornadic activity right here, again, staying to the east of Canyon, that's good news. If this is happening, it looks like, if this is the trajectory, it looks like it will pass over 217, that's the road that takes you to the Paladuro Park, be just to the west of the entrance. I know we have the housing development in this area right here, close to the city of Canyon, too close for comfort. You folks need to be in your place of safety at this time. And the tornado's on the ground, making its way to the northeast. There's Lake Tanglewood, and so it's moving off to the northeast. So now we're talking about maybe Washburn at about 20 after 4. So Claude is here, east side of Amarillo here, Washburn is right here. So the center of circulation may take it right over the top of Washburn or back to the west toward the far eastern reaches of the city of Amarillo. So again, you folks in Washburn need to be in your place of safety. If you live at Lake Tanglewood, be in your place of safety. If you live at Timberwood Lake area, Timber Creek Canyon weather, you need to be in your place of safety. If you're in the Powder Canyon, be in your place of safety. And we will say this, quite often when a tornado's on the ground, sometimes it will actually turn and make more of a easterly movement as opposed to northeast flow because of the rotation of the tornado. The actual supercell will more turn toward the east. And so that is also a possibility, but we have it right there on the ground. Let's go back over to the video, and you can see exactly what Melissa and Jay have been watching. A huge tornado on the ground for about the last 40 minutes now. Latest imagery coming in from Melissa. It looks like we just took a lightning strike here close to the station. Now, you notice the large tornado right there on the ground, well to the southeast of Canyon, but went across I-27 close to the Og elevator. That's about halfway between Happy and Canyon, and now this tornado is making its way over Highway 217 to the east of the city of Canyon, but back to the west of the entrance of the canyon, at least from what we were seeing a while ago. Next in line could be maybe the southeast part of Lake Tanglewood, Timber Creek Canyon area, and then eventually into Washburn. That would keep it to the east of Amarillo proper, but a huge tornado on the ground. Look at that laminar flow. That's when you see the smoothness around the tornado. That tells you that there is rapid rotation going on. And again, this is a long-lived tornado. This is what we're afraid of earlier today with this enhanced to moderate risk for tornadic activity from Amarillo and points south. So let's go back over to the Doppler radar now and see where this tornado is presently. And Chris drew in the storm track a while ago. There it is, right there, well to the east of Canyon. That's good news. But again, for that housing development, I keep thinking there's a housing development about right there, isn't there? There's also a RV park just to the opposite side, close to I-27, so that would be in this area right here. But again, you need to be in your place of safety at this time. So this thunderstorm continues to produce a tornado. It's large. It's on the ground, moving off to the northeast. Again, it may be crossing over parts of the western edge of the Palo Duro Canyon, moving northeast. Again, very defined. What we're looking at is what's known as the velocity. We're looking at the green. That is the winds moving toward the radar. And the red is the winds blowing away from the radar. And where the two mix, that's where we have a tornado forming. Chris, it looks like we have a new tornado warning. Is that correct, or is that a continuation of what we have going on? So we're watching this tornado right here.
Okay, where are we at here? Let's see. Okay, we're continuing on.
Yeah, move it to where you need it, Chris.
Okay, let's actually zoom out and see about the other warnings we have going on.
Okay.
Yes, we do. So
okay.
For the northern portion of Swisher County right now. And you can kind of see that couplet there on the Doppler radar map just to the south of Happy. So for our friends in Happy, you're not done just yet. We have a brand new tornado warning in effect for northern Swisher County. It looks like until 4 p.m.
Okay. Yep, that one definitely showing some signs of rotation. About to move across Interstate 27. Looks like it may stay south of Happy, but it's too close for comfort. Moving off to the northeast rapidly. So again, for you folks in Happy, be in your place of safety. Also, Wayside and the church camps. Get to your place of safety at this time. Go ahead.
Okay, very quickly, John. The National Weather Service has allowed the Moore County warning and the Sherman County warnings to expire. Those tornadoes or the storms have died down. Those warnings have expired. Good news there.
Very good news. I tell you what, this is a monster on the ground right here, back to the east of the city of Canyon. It is still on the ground, folks. If it's going over any type of structures, it is doing damage. Large tornado on the ground, a wedge, possibly up to a mile wide, at least a half a mile wide. Looks like we have a secondary tornado trying to form on the outer edge of the wall cloud. It could be a satellite tornado rotating around this one large tornado. This is what Jay and Melissa have been watching for the last hour almost now as it moves off to the northeast. Again, right there is Highway 217. There's the entrance to the Palo Duro Canyon. Needless to say, if you're in the canyon, please be in your place of safety at this time. Go to a public shelter. I know they have those down there. Again, possibly two tornadoes now. This one here and the big one right here. This would be a satellite tornado that could be rotating counterclockwise around the large tornado. And again, two tornadoes possibly on the ground as we speak, moving off to the northeast. Chris, are we getting any confirmation from Jay and Melissa about possibly two tornadoes now as opposed to the one wedge?
I haven't heard anything about a second tornado. They just sent me some new video. Looks like they're still on I-27 north of Happy, or I should say I'm trying to get their position right now.
Okay,
but I'll
if that vortex right there, before you go over to the video, if that vortex right there continues on, it would put it at the park entrance, going right over the park entrance. So for our friends at the beginning of Paladaro Park, please be in your place of safety at this time, lowest level, away from the outside walls. The large tornado right here, that Hook Echo area, that's where we have the large tornado. Are you ready for the video, Chris?
Not just
Not yet. Okay, so we'll continue to watch this. Tornado warning continues. Right there is the city of Canyon. There's I-27 making its way up toward Amarillo. So Amarillo is not in the threat of this large tornado, but for our friends in the Paladaro Canyon area, you are. For our friends in Washburn, up here, it's moving your way. Lake Tanglewood is right there, too close for comfort. And, of course, for the park entrance, there may be 2 tornadoes on the ground as we speak. This one right here and this one right here. What we're looking at is the Doppler velocity. The red is the winds blowing away from the radar. The green is the winds coming into the radar. And where the two mix, that's where we have the tornado signature occurring. So, again, there are probably some farm homes in this area up here. I hope that you folks are listening to us either through myhighplains.com or by watching television right now in your place of safety, center of the house, lowest level. If you have a basement or cellar, best place to be. Let's go over to weather 2. I believe we have the video coming in, and let's see what we have right now. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my. Look at that right there. Jay and Melissa, I'm seeing this for the first time just like you are. Huge tornado on the ground. It is now a stovepipe. It lost its conical movement or look, and now it is straight up and down. This tornado is strengthening in wind speed. Laminar flow indicating there's no jaggedness to the tornado, so we have a laminar flow continuing, and it is wrapping up rapidly as it goes across this highway right here. Does Jay tell you where he is? What location is Jay and Melissa? I
haven't heard just yet. They were continuing to follow this. This has passed over I-27. They were to the northwest of Happy, and trying to get lockdown of their location right now. Near I-27, though.
Okay. So, again, a huge tornado on the ground. This will bypass the city of Canyon. It is making its way along Highway 217, which is the highway that goes out to Paladaro Park, to the entrance of the canyon. Next in line, if it stays together, would be close to Lake Tanglewood, the Timber Creek Canyon area, and then also as we make our way into Washburn. But again, very spectacular looking tornado at this time. And again, this is more of a stovepipe as opposed to a wedge, indicating that the winds are wrapping around it so quickly that it's creating a very smooth flow around the tornado. We refer to this as laminar flow, indicating a very fast-moving tornado, rapidly spinning tornado, if you will. Actual movement of the tornadoes to the northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. And let me ask, I know Kaylee, you just walked in. Kaylee, are we getting any information on damage of any structures or anything from these tornadoes at this time?
I'm not hearing anything yet.
Okay, nothing at this time. Doesn't mean...
We'll be reaching them.
Okay, so they will be getting some information for us, and we've gone back to this radar shot.
Oh, I'm sorry, John.
So here's the Happy tornado right here. And okay, so we ran a video. We're going back to it. And again, we're watching that large wedge on the ground, which is now a stovepipe tornado moving off to the northeast. Again, crossing the highway 217 and making its way over toward Timber Creek Canyon. Okay, now if we go back over to Doppler radar, we'll show you where this tornado is located. Right there it is, and possibly a second tornado at this time. Again, making its way into the park entrance. Right there, you see the edge of 217. We have Washington Street making its way to the north. Chris, do you have some information? He's working on it.
Okay, from Jay McCoy, he's on the south side of Wayside, and he does have visual confirmation of the second tornado, yes.
Okay, so visual confirmation of 2 tornadoes on the ground. What we are seeing from Doppler radar, this one and this one. This is the original one, the huge wedge. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, second rotation, he's seeing a rotating wall cloud, no tornado, not the second tornado just yet.
Okay, so let's back up on that just a little bit. We have a rotating wall cloud, but not confirmation of a tornado on the ground. I wouldn't bet the farm on it, though. Go ahead.
He says there's good lowering on it, but he cannot see that it's on the ground just yet.
Okay, no confirmation of the tornado on the ground, but definitely a lowering of the wall cloud. And again, I would hazard a guess and say that probably it is in contact with the ground, even if it's just sporadically. And it is moving off to the northeast. So again, for our friends in Canyon, right here is the city of Canyon. You're in good shape. It's to the east of you, Lake Tanglewood. You're in the tornado warning. Please be in your place of safety at this time. Timber Creek Canyon, the same. If you live in Washburn, right up here, be in your place of safety. If you're in the Powder Canyon and you're watching us through myhighplains.com, or if you're watching us through some means of a television set, you need to be in your place of safety. The same for our friends right there at the entrance to the canyon. And again, I know we have a housing development in this area right here. Also, we have an RV park located to the northwest of the city of Canyon. It looks like the main circulation has passed to the east of that. Okay, now, with the updated radar imagery, it looks like our main tornado has lost a lot of its rotation. So what may be happening right now is that the wall cloud producing these tornadoes may actually be cycling and producing a new tornado from a new wall cloud, because the old wall cloud and the old tornado look like they have fallen apart, but now you have this one taking over as the new tornado and the new wall cloud. So again, if this is not on the ground right now, more than likely it will be before too much longer as it moves off to the northeast. And it's going right over the top of the park entrance. So again, for our friends going into Powder Park, down in the canyon area, you need to be in your place of safety at this time. Continuing to move up to the northeast. If it holds this trajectory, which more than likely it will, it looks like Lake Tanglewood will be more to the west of the main center of circulation as it moves off to the northeast. But now we're talking about Highway 287, not too far away from the split from 287 and I-40 on the east side of Amarillo. Washburn, Claude would be about right here. The east side of the city limits would be back over here. But right now, it looks like with the cyclic motion of the supercell thunderstorm, a new wall cloud is formed and a new tornado is taking over right here. The old one is falling apart quickly, and this one is the new one. So this one would be roping out. This is the new one. Go ahead, Chris. Jay and Melissa are on the storm. They're watching it for us?
Yes, they're still watching that. We have also updates from Weather Service in Lubbock of a reported tornado, let's see, 2 miles to the north of Hart. So we're going to switch over to that right quick.
Okay, go over to that real quick. So there we go again. Hart, right there's the city of Hart. So the tornado polygon is actually northeast of Hart. That's good news for Hart. So we're looking at, Chris, help me out here. Where would you say it is?
Okay, let's see.
Looks like maybe there.
So passing tornado likely 3 miles north of Hart.
Okay. So
this was, I'm sorry, this was about 10 minutes ago, so it's a little bit old information coming out. The warning was for a confirmed tornado that was 4 miles east. Excuse me, I'm on the wrong warning here. Let's see here.
Okay.
So tornado warning out for Castro and Swisher counties. That was for a confirmed tornado 7 miles northeast of Hart, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. That's in effect until 4:15.
Okay, so zoom back out just a little bit, Chris, if you can. Can you go over to the other Doppler velocity mode for us? And let's see if we can see that tornado. We're talking about this area right here, I believe. Let's see here.
And then we have the additional.
It could be this area right here that's moving across Highway 86 as we speak out to the west of Tulia. I believe it's that right there. Moving off to the northeast. So now it is located in south central Swisher County. It's going to stay to the west of Tulia, but for our friends in Happy, what is this, storm number 3, that may be producing a tornado and moving your way and moving off to the northeast. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Chris, can you go back to our tornado that's located over the Powder Canyon?
Yes, sir.
And kind of zoom out and show Washburn, and let's kind of get a trajectory as to where this is going to go. Can you put on a, would you mind putting on a storm track for us and see where it's going to go? There's the park road right there. So there's the entrance to the canyon. That's where you start going down the cliffs, down into the canyon itself. Tornado looks like it's right there at the entrance to the canyon. Again, a very dangerous situation. If you are close to this area, going down into the Powder Canyon, you need to be in your place of safety at this time. Possible tornado on the ground could be doing damage as it moves off to the northeast. Trajectory is going to take it away from the canyon and move it over toward Farm to Market 1151. That's the Claude Highway. And so next in line would be the Claude Highway. It's going to stay to the east of Lake Tanglewood, but next in line would be the Claude Highway, and then eventually Washburn as it moves off to the northeast. But that's the center of circulation. The first tornado has dissipated, it looks like. The second one is now the main storm right over the top of Park Road number 5. That's the entrance to the park right there, moving off to the northeast. Again, for you folks around Powder Canyon, anywhere down into the canyon area itself, be in your place of safety at this time. Not only do we have to worry about tornadoes, we also have large hail coming down with this tornado. There could be golf ball to baseball size hail, so doubly dangerous. Heavy rain, visibility would be low, and it's moving off to the northeast. So there it goes right there, and there is the Claude Highway. You see the Farm to Market 1051, or is that 1151? I guess it's 1151, and that is the Claude Highway as it moves off to the northeast. So Chris is kind of zooming out a little bit for us, And again, you can actually see the red lines indicate the tornado box, the tornado warning. So again, for our friends located at Tanglewood, you should be okay. For our friends around the park entrance, this is where the center of circulation is at this time. Very possibly a tornado on the ground at this time, moving off to the northeast. Again, it will be moving away from the canyon momentarily. It's moving off to the northeast rapidly at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. But again, for our friends at the park entrance, hopefully in your place of safety, and you've been there for quite some time, again, make sure that you have the latest in the weather apps from Channel 4, our weather app, and and also make sure that you're listening to all of the warnings. If you have myhighplains.com on, we're streaming live, so of course you're hearing us with that at that time also at the same time. Chris, can you pull out just a little bit for us here, and let's see exactly where it's headed at this time. Going up, let's show I-40 as part of this too. Then we'll get back to it here in a second. Okay, so, and can you draw a trajectory for it, Chris, assuming that's going northeast still, so going at about, okay, there we go. So Washburn possibly by about 425, and then moving up to the northeast of there. So according to where the tornado is, right there at the park entrance, if it follows this line right here, it could be in Washburn by 425 this evening, and then move on across 287. There is the split, the Y, where I-40 and I-40, or I-40 and 287 come together on the east side of Amarillo. So it's going to bypass that to the east, but we do have Conway up here next. We have Claude over here to the east, and quite often, tornadic supercells will have a tendency to move more toward the east with time as opposed to going to northeast. So if you live in Claude, even if you live in Goodnight, Washburn, if you live in the east side of Amarillo, you might want to be going to your place of safety at this time. I don't expect this tornado to veer back toward Amarillo. More than likely, it will continue to make its way into the Washburn area and then basically make its way over I-40 and then into, say, Carson County. But again, we do have Jay and Melissa. They've been watching this tornado. Do you have that video up, Chris?
Just a moment, John. I'll have an updated video. They just sent it in to me. Just give me just a couple minutes here.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. So it does look like the tornado may have jogged a little bit now back to the east as opposed to moving northeast. And so if it's jogging a little bit back to the east, the new trajectory then may take it more in this fashion here, which would put it closer to Claude and not so close over Washburn. So again, if you watch the center of circulation right there, and then moves back this way. So what we are looking at, there's a lot of green and red here. This is called Doppler velocity. Red is the winds blowing away from the radar. Green is the winds blowing into the radar, and or vice versa. Green is blowing away from the radar, red's blowing into the radar, and where the two mix, that's where we have a couplet, and that's where the tornado is forming. And so that's what we have right there as it moves off to the northeast. So tornado warning continues for our friends up in Armstrong County and for parts of Randall County. And again, probably going into Carson County before too much longer. There is the township of Lee. So very possibly this tornadic activity will be making its way toward the town of Lee, the township of Lee, or a little bit farther to the east. Conway is about right here. I think Conway, you folks need to be really ready to go to your place of safety. And again, it looks like the tornado may be trying to move a little bit more in a easterly fashion as opposed to the northeast at this time. So we'll watch that for you, which is quite common with a tornadic supercell. Again, sometimes it will move more toward the east. Weather 2?
Okay, switch back over to Weather 2, John. We got a video from Melissa and Jay of the tornado. They called earlier, but the call dropped, so I'm not sure if this is the same tornado or if it is the separate circulation. They hadn't said that a second tornado was on the ground, just that they saw the low-hanging wall clouds. This is likely the first tornado that they saw, the one we showed you earlier, that continues kind of to the east, northeast of Canyon, southeast of Lake Tanglewood. John?
Okay. Center of circulation right here, a ragged wall cloud, possible tornado that's dissipating. New tornado on the ground right here, very impressive cone on the ground right there. From this perspective, if you got closer, I'm sure it would be fatter than what it is. But again, very impressive tornado on the ground. Again, over the park entrance, making its way up to the northeast. So for our friends in the Panhandle Canyon, that's what we're looking at. That's Jay and Melissa zoomed in on that tornado. It's quite a ways away from them. Unfortunately, as we get close to the canyon, it's hard to stay on the highways that we need to stay on to stay up with the tornado, but there it is right there. And I would hazard a guess to say that one is the new tornado that came down.
Okay. From Dan Morgan, our production manager, he said the Weather Service confirmed the tornado is still on the ground 8 miles east of Wayside. Dan, did you say east or west of Wayside? We're to the west of Wayside right now. John?
Okay, way to the west of Wayside right now. So, okay, well, that's good news. It's away from Wayside, but we also have the church camps, Cedar Glen, not too far away that we need to keep an eye on. And again, that is a huge tornado on the ground, and they're quite a ways from it, so they are zooming in to see it. And again, it's moving off to the northeast as we speak. Very impressive wall cloud, very impressive tornado. If this is the same tornado they were watching earlier, it's been on the ground now for an hour. If this is a new tornado that formed because of the cyclic motion of the supercell, then this one's been on the ground for about 15 minutes. But either way, definitely tornado producing supercell moving off to the northeast, and again making its way over the park entrance out to the west of Wayside, but again making its way possibly over the Powder Canyon and farther off to the northeast. Let's see, Chris, do we have some more information coming in?
Checking with the National Weather Service in Lubbock, they've expired the tornado warning for Swisher County. So one of the tornado warnings for, I think it was northern portions of Swisher County, that storm has moved on.
Okay, great. Can we go back to radar real quickly? Let's see exactly where the storm is. Chris, will you take the storm track off, and let's see what we have going on here. Okay, so there's the center of rotation right there. Looks like a new tornado warning has been issued. Is that right? Maybe to the east of there?
Yes.
Now including Claude. Indicating that this tornado is making the right-hand turn and now moving more toward the east-northeast as opposed to the northeast. Chris, can you give us the information on that?
Okay, yeah, just that's a new tornado warning out for Armstrong and Randall counties until 4:45. As you can see there, basically kicks the warning over towards the east. Let me pull up the information here and I'll tell you directly. So we have tornado warning for western Armstrong, southeastern Randall counties until 4:45 p.m. Confirmed tornado 8 miles west of Wayside, as we mentioned before. Thank you, Dan. Moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Damaging tornado, golf ball size hail. Again, you need to be getting to your place of shelter for our friends in Claude, Wayside, and the Powder Canyon area. If you're in Claude, Wayside, or the Powder Canyon area, that tornado is headed right for you. It is on the ground. It has been extremely dangerous. It is a very damaging tornado. As we've seen, it has been a large tornado at times, but again, lots of damage possible with this tornado for our friends in Claude, Wayside, Powder Canyon. Get your place of shelter, sturdy building, lowest level of the building. If you don't have a storm cellar or basement, those are the best places to go. Cover yourself up. Make sure you protect yourself from debris, as that's the most dangerous part of these storms. So when a tornado comes and hits your location, it's going to tear everything up and throw it around, and that's the most dangerous part to you. Again, just an update on we have the tornado warnings that we had for our northern counties, for Sherman, Moore counties. Those have expired, but do not let your guard down, because these storms are still very dangerous with the possibility of hail. Right now we have tornado warnings in effect for Armstrong, Randall County. It looks like the tornado warnings we had for Castro and Swisher counties have expired. So currently we have 2 tornado warnings. Basically, east of Lake Tanglewood, Claude is included in a tornado warning, and you can see, let's switch over here and I'll show you the multiple tornado warnings that we do have on currently. Armstrong, Randall counties, that tornado warning is in effect until 4:30 p.m. Right now it's 4:15 p.m. And then the additional, okay, so basically we have 2 tornado warnings. The latest is out at 4:45 p.m., which does include the city of Claude. And you can see the circulation right there, friends. I'm going to zoom in on that.
Absolutely.
As you can see,
very impressive.
Right there at the, friends, right there at the corner of Farm Market Road 1258. That is where the tornado is, John. And
that is the road, right, Chris, that basically is circumnavigating the canyon, right? It kind of hovers the ledge of the canyon, right around the edge of it. So that's where the tornado is, folks. It's going off to the northeast, and as Chris said, a massive tornado. It's been on the ground, it and possibly another tornado, for over an hour. We do have a tornado warning out for our friends in Armstrong and Randall counties until 4:45. And again, this tornado is doing more damage. There's an updated image right there, and it now looks like it's about to cross over Farm to Market 1151, which is the Claude Highway. If it holds together, It may stay out to the west of Claude, but again, we still have Washburn up here that we are concerned about. But again, for you folks in Claude, you need to be in your place of safety at this time. It looks like it may be trying to recycle once again, so we'll see what happens. But definitely this tornado could be enshrouded with rain. You would never see it until it's too late. It is moving to the northeast rapidly at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. We have our news department checking to see if we've had any damage with these tornadoes that have been on the ground now for over an hour. And thus far, we will be giving you more information about that. But you see the tornado right there making its way across highway, the Claude Highway, if you will, Farm to Market 1151, moving off to the northeast. Do we have the video up? Let's go back to the video real quick, and we'll show you what we have and what they've been seeing. A very impressive tornado. In fact, on the ground again for possibly an hour or so, moving off to the northeast, and there it is. Look at that, folks. It's been a while since we've seen a bona fide tornado like this, a cone tornado, and they are looking at it from a long ways off. Probably 20 miles away from it, because the road network getting over toward the canyon is very sparse and it doesn't take you where you want to go. But again, you see this tornado right here, and I would hazard a guess to say this was the first tornado that they had on the ground, and this is the second one that took its place and now is the one that is possibly doing damage as it makes its way into possibly the Washburn area back to the south and west of Claude, about to go across the Claude Highway 1151. Needless to say, if you are watching myhighplains.com, if you're watching us here on KMR Local 4 or on Fox 14, please be in your place of safety at this time. A very dangerous storm. More than likely, this is a very strong tornado. We can't tell you the strength because, unfortunately, a tornado has to hit something before we give you an idea of the strength of the storm. But from what we're seeing and the longevity of the storm indicates more than likely it is a strong tornado and has been on the ground for quite some time, moving off to the northeast. And this is early for us in the Texas Panhandle to see tornadoes. We're still in winter, folks. We're still in winter. But we have a tornado on the ground, and we're not finished. Additional tornado activity could occur as we travel into the evening hours. So let's go back over to the Doppler radar again and give you the very latest information. So we're watching it right here. Tornado warning continues for Armstrong and Randall counties until 4:45 p.m. Right there is the center of circulation. It looks a little bit more ragged right now, so it may be in the process of redeveloping into a stronger tornado. But at the present time, it doesn't look quite as impressive as it did, but it is about to move across Farm to Market Road 1151. Chris Martin, do you have some information?
Yeah, John, just going to read off the tornado warning again for Armstrong, Randall County until 4:30, so the next 11 minutes. Large and extremely dangerous tornado, as we've just seen from Jay and Melissa, was located 6 miles south of Washburn or 13 miles west of Claude, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So again, these storms have slowed down a bit, still very dangerous.
Absolutely, they sure have. So again, if you live right along Highway Farm to Market 1151, which is the Claude Highway, please be in your place of safety at this time. If you live along Farm to Market 1224, please be in your place of safety at this time. Huge circulation, large tornado possibly on the ground doing damage. Remember, if you live in a home that does not have a basement or cellar, go to the center of the house, lowest level. Cover yourselves with pillows, blankets, towels. Put on a heavy winter coat. A bicycle helmet is a good idea. Hunker down until the threat is passed. If you live in a mobile home, I hope that you have made prior arrangements to be somewhere else. Even the weakest of tornadoes can destroy a mobile home. If you have a basement or cellar, of course, that's the place to be. If you have a basement, go into, get underneath a piece of heavy furniture or underneath the stairwell to protect yourself. But again, a tornado warning continues for Armstrong and Randall counties until 4:45, moving off to the northeast. Again, next in line would be Highway 287. A lot of traffic, of course, travels on 287. Again, if you are listening to us on myhighplains.com, stop in Claude, stop in Amarillo, and let this storm, the circulation, get past 287. If you're traveling along Interstate 40 and you're listening to us, stop where you are and let this storm get past I-40. It is rocketing off to the northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour, still capable of doing major damage. We're looking at what's known as the Doppler velocity. The green is the winds that are moving away from the radar. The red is the winds moving toward the radar. And it's where you see the circulation right there. We have a little bit of red mixed with a little bit of green, and a little bit of green mixed with the red. That is the center of circulation, and that's where the tornado is located. So that's what we are concerned about as it moves off to the northeast. We have had confirmation of it on the ground for at least 45 minutes, coming in from our own storm chasers, Melissa Terrazas, along with Jay McCoy. And now it's making its way over Farm to Market 1151, which is the Claude Highway. By the way, there is the city of Claude. and Chris is kind of zooming out for us. And Chris, give us some more information on this, please.
Okay, it looks like a brand new warning was just issued from the National Weather Service for Armstrong and Carson County. Just a second, I'll get that information.
Okay.
It looks like it extends further to the northeast here. So it looks like we have a total, if I'm counting correctly, 3 tornado warnings in effect right here in the Central Texas Panhandle. So new warning, tornado warning for northwestern Armstrong County, southern Carson County. It's until 5 o'clock now, so 39 minutes from now. Large and extremely dangerous tornado confirmed 5 miles south of Washburn. This is the latest information from the National Weather Service, or 11 miles west of Claude, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So again, same storm we're talking about here, as you can see on radar. Panhandle and Washburn, you guys, you folks are in the path of this tornado, this very large and dangerous tornado. It's been on the ground for, I mean, we're closing on at least an hour now, if not more. As you can see, the center of circulation, we have this on the Doppler radar map, as Jay and Melissa have been watching this for the last couple hours here, for the last hour being on the ground. I've got the, that's where we're talking about, right there. It's moving towards Highway 287 right now. Iffy whether it makes it to Claude, but currently our friends in Panhandle and Washburn are in the path of this tornado. As you can see here, warnings in effect until 5 p.m. You're going to hear us talk a lot about the same safety tips here, friends, about being on the lowest level. John? Yes.
Very quickly, can you zoom over to the city of Amarillo and go back to radar, to regular radar mode? Let's just show the folks in Amarillo that we are not in these tornado warnings. This is all staying to the east of us. Now, in saying that, we do have a line of cells about to rocket into the city, and there may be some severe weather with it, but this is a line that is out ahead of the dry line. And right now, whenever you have this type of a line coming through, you're having more of an outflow dominant type of wind as opposed to a tornado threat. Don't let your guard down. I mean, we're in the midst of all of this going on. Look at the tornado warnings just east of us. But for the city of Amarillo proper, thus far, we are dodging a bullet, but that doesn't mean let your guard down, because strong winds moving into the city. There could be some heavy rain, pockets of hail, of course, some lightning as this last line moves through. Once this line moves through Amarillo, our severe weather threat will come to an end. Okay, Chris, get back to your thought while ago about the safety rules.
Okay, no, just an update here, John, on the severe thunderstorm warning that you see in yellow there, which covers the southern portion, the northern portion of Potter County that barely includes the city of Amarillo. There is a tornado tag with it, which means a severe thunderstorm warning with the possibility of a tornado. So again, no confirmation of that just yet. It's just the National Weather Service is seeing signs that the storm could produce a tornado. This line of storms that's moving west to east, north of Amarillo. So again, up towards, say, Bishop Hills, Four-Way, Masterson, looks like potentially up closer to Dumas as well. And again, with these storms moving in, they have the potential to produce a tornado, even though there's not a tornado warning on it just yet. All the same, you need to be taking this very seriously. Again, what we have been talking about, the safety tips, we're going to repeat them over and over just so everybody that can hear them can get them properly. And as John is pointing out right now, that so far is the most dangerous storm that we've seen so far this afternoon, so far since, I think, last year, in fact, as a matter of fact, as there's a large tornado on the ground, as we were saying earlier, 6 miles to the west of Wayside and moving northeast. They're saying now it's moved up to 40 miles per hour, so its speed on the ground is moving up to 40 miles per hour from southwest to northeast.
And you know, that might actually be a little bit of better news, not good news, but better news. If we're losing that circulation, the storm now is just starting to really rocket to the northeast, so it may be more of a hail producer, but don't let your guard down. We still have tornado warnings on the way, and it has had a history of producing long-lived tornadoes, so we are watching that for you. Chris, before we get back to the tornado warnings, can you zoom out and let's go ahead and look at the Panhandle as a whole and just kind of let people know what we have going on. We don't want to let anybody think that we're not thinking about them. We have thunderstorms from Guyman south making their way into western Hansford County, so out to the west of the Oslo Church area. There's Spearman right there moving your way. This is more of a squall line. This would give us straight line winds, heavy downpours. Tornado threat would be less. The squall line continues south through, say, Dumas, now into the Lake Meredith area, Fritch, making its way down into Amarillo. This is the squall line that's out ahead of the dry line, moving to the east. And eventually, folks, what will happen, I can bet you, is that the squall line will overtake these individual supercells and then move on to the east as we travel into the evening hours. But again, this line of thunderstorms right here, while it is severe, It's not producing a tornado at this time, but producing straight line winds, and again, possibly producing some heavy rain and pockets of hail within the squall. And that's what we have coming through the city. Now we get back out to what we refer to as discrete supercells. Supercells are out ahead of the main line. They have plenty of moisture to tap into. They have plenty of instability to tap into. And here we go with that tornadic threat. So, Chris, let's see, first of all, Chris, if you will, can you zoom in to the storm that's moving into southern Floyd County real quick?
You got it.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Heavy cell located east of Plainview. This thunderstorm right here may be producing up to golf ball size hail, maybe hen egg size hail on the east side of the city of Plainview, moving northeast. Silverton, you folks have a heavy thunderstorm moving over you, moving into the Caprock Canyon State Park area. We have heavy thunderstorms located close to Dimmitt, third force storm, and these cells are moving to the northeast. Now, I am concerned about these thunderstorms right here as they move into the southeast part of our Texas Panhandle because they are tapping into unused energy. And so very possibly the next tornado warnings will be coming out with these cells as they make their way up toward Lakeview, Turkey, Kittiquay, Silverton, into the Caprock Canyon State Park area, and eventually over toward Memphis. So again, these cells bear watching. Heavy downpours, large hail, for sure to the east of the city of Plainview. And then as we make our way back up I-27, we get into the supercells located east of the city. So, Chris, if you could, I appreciate you over there taking the tour for me.
All right, where are we going, John?
Let's take it up to our supercell thunderstorms producing the tornadoes, or at least the threat of. Okay.
There we go.
Perfect, right there. And can you put the warning information on? Thank you.
All right, so we have a tornado warning for Armstrong and Carson County. That one is in effect until 5 p.m. You see in the lower right-hand side of your screen to the upper right-hand side of your screen, new tornado warning. That's in effect until 4:45 for Armstrong and Randall counties. You can see that that circulation is heading right for I-40, as a matter of fact, moving up to the northeast and again about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Right,
and you know what I am seeing right now, this circulation right here seems to be the dominant tornadic activity. This is going over the Powder Canyon. Not that there's a tornado on the ground, but we definitely have some indication maybe a hook echo forming. Can you go back over to the Doppler velocity, Chris, and let's see if we have something with this. Let's investigate this area right here, because this would take it right over the top of the Powder Canyon. Hard to see.
Okay, let me zoom in here.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
There we go.
Well, yeah, let's follow that one right there. Okay, Washburn is here. Tornado possibly on the ground as we speak. About to move across 287 right there is 287. We always have a lot of traffic on 287. If you're watching this on my high plains, stop in Amarillo, stop in Claude, let this tornadic supercell, this circulation get across Highway 287. Right here is Interstate 40. Right there is Interstate 40. Eventually it's going to come across Interstate 40. Looks like it may bypass Conway just to the west, but too close for comfort. It's going to be very close to the Pantex plan as it makes its way up to the north of Interstate 40. But again, I would hazard a guess and say that we have a large tornado on the ground. Are you getting that confirmation right now, Chris, where you see the green and the red mixing right there, this couplet of concern? That is very telltale of a tornado on the ground.
Okay, from the National Weather Service, they're reporting damage about 15 minutes ago. This was at the entrance of Powder Canyon State Park between 3:35 p.m. and 4:15 p.m.
Okay.
And of course, they're continuing on saying the tornado is 5 miles to the south of Washburn, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Additionally, we just got some information from the National Weather Service in Lubbock. They're reporting a tornado, let's see here, a tornado near a farm to the east of Hale Center, and we can switch over to that when you're ready, John. But again, we've got 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground in the Texas Panhandle right now.
Okay, before we go to the tornado south, zoom out just a hair for me, Chris, and can you draw in a storm track for me? Let's put Panhandle into the scene here so we can see where Panhandle is. Okay, can you draw a trajectory for me, a storm track, and see if we need to be concerned about Panhandle, or is this cell going to be east of Panhandle? Looks like it might be. We're going to put Panhandle in it at 4:55 p.m. The Kyler Grain Elevator along Highway 60. Kyler Grain Elevator is right there at 5:04 p.m. So again, for our friends in Panhandle, which is right here, for our friends right there on 287 and going across I-40 to the west of Conway, being your place of safety. Possible large tornado crossing 287 as we speak. In a moment or two, it's going to be crossing I-40. Of course, both highways have lots of traffic. Again, if you're listening to our voice on myhighplains.com, you're in your vehicle, in your truck, Stop where you are. Let the storm get past. It has had a history of long-lived tornadoes and very possibly a long-lived tornado on the ground. There has been damage done with this tornado, getting confirmation from the Weather Service at the park entrance. We were talking about that indefinitely a while ago, how it was going right over the park entrance, and there has been some damage. This tornado continues to make its way to the north. Very, very dangerous situation. Right here is Highway 60. Right here is Interstate 40. Right here is Highway 287. It's going to make it across all three of these major arteries over the next 15 minutes or so. Right here is the city of Panhandle. Pantex is located about right here. And then we have the Kyler Grain Elevator. White Deer is located about right here where the wind fields are located. And again, this thunderstorm is moving northeast rapidly at about 35 to 45 miles per hour. If you can hear my voice and you live on the east side of Amarillo, if you live in Conway, if you live in Claude, if you live in Washburn, if you live close to Panhandle, in these housing additions out here, you need to be in your place of safety for the possibility of a tornado. As Chris was saying a while ago, best place to be, center of the house, lowest level, put as many walls around you as possible. Typically when a tornado is close to a structure, the roof is the first thing that leaves. Once the roof leaves, the outside walls basically fall down. So what you want to do is have another set of walls around you to protect you from all of that flying debris. And that's what we have going on. The odds of being hit by the circulation itself, very, very low, but the debris that's being spun around the tornado is what kills people or hurts people. And that's what we want to protect ourselves from, get away from windows, lowest level of the house, put as many walls around you. If you live in a mobile home, like we've been saying, I hope you've made prior arrangements to be in a place of safety at this time, even the weakest of tornadoes. Tornadoes can do damage to a mobile home or destroy a mobile home. So hopefully that is not the case, but Chris is zooming in on it for us once again. And Chris, what do you have right now as far as information? By the way, for Amarillo, we are west of the circulation. You see we have what's known as outflow dominant winds moving through right now. Windy weather in the city. I can hear it above the TV station, but we are a long ways away from the tornadic activity that is to the east of us. The city of Amarillo, we are not in a tornado warning, but for our friends to the east of us, right around Washburn, to the south and east of Washburn, there's the center of circulation right there. Moving off to the northeast, we're looking at the Doppler velocity. Green means the winds that are pushing away from the radar. Red is the winds moving toward the radar. And where you see the red and the green mixing, that's where the tornado is. Chris, can you move the storm track out and we'll show them where the tornado is? And go ahead and zoom in close to the tornado if you would, please, sir.
You got it.
And Chris, do you have some added information while you're doing this?
While we're doing that, very quickly, I'll switch over and talk about, we have a tornado warning in effect for Briscoe, Floyd, Hale, Swisher counties until 5 p.m.
Okay.
Thunderstorm, a tornado-producing thunderstorm. So this storm has already produced a tornado 4 miles northwest of Aiken or 7 miles east of Plainview. And this one's back to being very fast. It's moving at 50 miles per hour. But again, that's again for Briscoe, Floyd, Hale, Swisher counties until 5 p.m. Tornado warning for a storm that has already produced a tornado 7 miles east of Plainview. John.
Okay, very good. Our sister station, Lubbock, I know they have that one handled for right now. We'll get to it in a moment. We are very concerned about this tornado right here moving across. There's Highway 287 right there. There is Farm to Market. Chris, what is the name of that Farm to Market road? I can't see it.
Let's see here.
Is that 2223? I'm guessing here.
Okay, so it's right just to the east of 23 Farm to Market Road, 2373. So
2373.
2373 and 287, as you can see there.
Okay, so it's basically just to the east of this highway that connects 287 to I-40 right there. And again, it's moving past 287. So the center of circulation may be right over the top of 287 as we speak right now. Again, if you are watching us through myhighplains.com, you're in your vehicle, stop. Large tornado possibly on the ground on 287 as we speak. And now next in line is Interstate 40 right here. And you have this spur coming off of I-40 right here. And again, it's going to cross I-40 over the next 10 minutes or so. And then we have Highway 60 a little bit farther north as it gets closer to the city of Panhandle. Again, for our friends in Conway, you would be to the east of it, it appears, but it does look like this tornado is taking a little bit of a easterly jog now. Is that right, Chris? Maybe not necessarily northeast, but more toward the east.
Yeah, it is looking more of an, maybe more of an easterly trajectory at this point.
Okay, if that is the case, then for our friends in Conway, it may have more of a direction toward your city than what it did just moments ago. We'll watch it for you. But again, where you see the circulation with the red and the green, that's where the tornado's on the ground and doing damage. And we have been showing you live video of this tornado throughout the afternoon when it was a wedge tornado going across Interstate 27 north of Happy on the ground for at least an hour. It then died out and a secondary tornado formed. That secondary tornado formed right over the top of the Paladaro Canyon, right over the entrance to the Paladaro Canyon, did damage to the entrance of the canyon, to some structures there at the park ranger station, that area, I believe. And now it's making its way across 287. Next in line would be I-40 and the spur that comes off of I-40 right there, and will be passing across Interstate 40 momentarily. Again, lots of traffic, as we all know, on these three arteries coming into the city of Amarillo. So I can imagine if folks are not paying attention what they're driving into. So again, please be extremely careful. Vigilant is the name of the game. Keep a very wary eye to the sky with this tornado as it moves off to the northeast. Chris, can you zoom out just a little bit for me? Let's try to get Panhandle and Conway back in. Okay, that's good right there. Okay, so there we go. So Conway would be right here, right there. And there's the tornado right there. You know, it looks like it may still pass Conway to the west. And for sure, if it recycles and the tornado starts to weaken, then that northeast movement will take over again, and that will be the trajectory, and that will definitely put it to the west of Conway. If the tornado becomes stronger, then it could actually veer more to the right or turn more to the right, and that would put it closer to the city of Conway. Chris?
Okay, John, the latest update on that warning for Armstrong and Carson counties is they're suggesting the tornado is no longer on the ground. They're saying a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located right over Washburn, as we're seeing there, 10 miles northwest of Claude, and moving northeast at 35. So, and again, that update is just a moment old. As you can see, the circulation has actually passed by Washburn, headed towards what looks like Farm to Market Road 2161, and of course I-40 as well.
Okay, well, that's good news. If the tornado is lifted, that, of course, is great news. Chris, can you remove the storm track real quick, and let's take a look at it here. You know, it does look very ragged at this point. The tornado could be rain-wrapped. You know, it looks like there may be some circulation right there that's trying to form, but that may be, again, above the ground, so more in the way of a funnel cloud and not actual tornado on the ground. It has passed 287, but regardless whether it's on the ground or not, this tornadic supercell is about to go across Interstate 40. And if it follows the history, it's going to drop another tornado. And that's something we're very concerned about. And I don't know, that's a very telling sign that we may have a new tornado trying to form within the supercell. Of course, that becomes very problematic because it's rain wrapped. You don't see it unless you're right there beside of it. And again, moving off to the northeast, but it now looks like maybe it's not quite as impressive as it was, but we'll continue to watch it for you as it moves off to the northeast. And Chris, do you have some more information on this morning?
Yeah, well, I mean, we are far from being done with this afternoon as we continue on with those storms moving off to the northeast. Now, we actually have two, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. We have two separate tornado warnings still in effect here. We'll also have a few down in our South Plains and Rolling Plains counties. Again, we have our sister station down in Lubbock covering those. Okay, so the southern warning for, looks like some rotation to the west of Highway 207, so right over Paladaro Canyon moving towards Claude. The main circulation that we have been seeing, the main tornado that we have been seeing heading right for I-40 to the west of Claude, or excuse me, I-40 to the west of Conway. Let me see. Okay, I've got some information for the Weather Service, some reports. It looks like from some spotter reports that, let's see, I'm sorry, I'm trying to give them bearings here. So again, the center of the most dangerous part of the storm, 7 miles to the southwest of Claude. So actually, we do have two separate areas of concern in Armstrong and Carson County, as you can see. So for the southern storm, it looks like a storm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles southwest of Claude. I haven't got an update, it looks like, on our storm that's moving towards I-40.
Okay. You know, it almost looks like this is taking more of a east to west or west to east trajectory, the one that was the supercell. So it looks like it's moving more to the east now as opposed to the northeast. So almost like it's putting out a bow echo on the leading edge, which may mean for sure it's lost its characteristics being tornadic, but now it's straight line winds coming down. So again, for our friends in Conway, batten down the hatches. It could be flying over the top of you. And that black area that you see, that's not good news. That's large hail. That could be hail up to the size of apples or even softballs coming out of this thunderstorm. Softball size hail is 4.10 inches in diameter. And so that hailstone's hitting the ground at over 100 miles per hour, doing damage in its own right. For our friends in Claude, being your place of safety for large hail, and also for that possibility of a tornadic supercell as it makes its way off to the northeast.
Okay,
Chris,
John.
very quickly,
Yep.
Let's go down to our storms around Plainview and Floyd County.
Okay, you got it.
Just to let the folks know we're watching them, then we'll get right back up to where we were.
Okay,
so
here we go.
according to what you were saying a while ago, Chris, we had confirmation of a tornado on the ground, right?
Let's see. That was confirmation on the storm that is just to the east of Plainview. I'll go back to that right
Okay,
quick.
right there, yeah.
And again, we have the additional warning actually to the south of Floydada, tornado warning in effect. Let's see, we have two separate warnings as a matter of fact. So
Right.
confirmed tornado was located 8 miles to the east of Aiken or 13 miles to the east of Plainview.
Right.
And again, that is this storm right here, this northern storm that's just to the east of Plainview is moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. Additional tornado warning to the southwest of the flashing one right here is in effect for Floyd County until 5 p.m. For a storm capable of producing a tornado 15 miles southwest of Floydada and moving to the northeast at 25. So basically, our friends in Floydada are in the path of that, but they haven't included Floydada proper in the warning just yet.
Okay, so Floydada, Lockney, basically all of Floyd County, eastern Hale County, now into Briscoe County, back over toward Lake McKenzie, making our way into the Powder or into the Caprock Canyon State Park area. Two large supercells headed your way. Definitely know they're going to produce large hail, possibly a tornado spin up from time to time. We do have tornado warnings underway, as Chris was just saying. The tornado warning that prompted the tornado that prompted the tornado warning out east of Plainview, this one looks a little bit ragged right now. It looks like it's lost its characteristics as far as being tornadic. The one that's located south and west of Floydada may be producing a tornado, at least through the eyes of Doppler radar, as it moves off to the northeast. So again, heavy-duty cells continuing south and east of the city of Amarillo in the southern part of our viewing area. Heavy thunderstorm also located to the southeast of Tulia, back over toward the Vigo Park, making its way into the southern part of the Powder Canyon, Caprock Canyon State Park area. Chris, can you bring it into Amarillo very quickly? I know we're watching all these cells, but just to let people know what's going on here locally, we can hear it pouring down rain here at the TV station. I mean, it's coming down heavy, and there may be some hail trying to form on the southwest side of town, south of the interstate, maybe on the loop, Hollywood Road, possibly making its way into the southwest side of Amarillo. So heavy rain headed our way. There may be some small hail making its way into the city. And again, non-tornadic. Notice the green moving through. All the wind is blowing in one direction. That's good news. So tornado threat is very, very low for us presently, but straight line winds, a different story as it moves in. Chris?
Okay, I got some pictures in from Melissa Terrazas and Jay McCoy, and we can switch over to Weather 2. They are near Claude, seeing some nickel-sized hail in Claude, and I believe this is the same tornado they were on earlier.
Very distinct little cone right there. That's a little bit different from what they were showing earlier.
Right.
That's impressive. Look at that very crisp wall cloud right there, Chris. We just don't see that often out here in the Texas Panhandle, but we definitely are today. Ragged wall cloud in its wake back over here where we may have had that one large tornado earlier this evening or today.
Okay, I'm going to go back and review the last couple of warnings we had. Tornado warning for let's see, for Armstrong County.
Okay, go back to Doppler.
Oh, yes, let's do that.
We're back to it now, Chris.
Okay, so tornado warning for Armstrong County in effect until 4:45. So, well, that may have expired. They may have extended that out. Yes, they did, in fact. Tornado warning now for Armstrong, Carson, Donley, and Gray counties until 5:30. That is for a confirmed tornado located 5 miles to the southwest of Claude, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour.
Can you pull that up on the screen a little bit higher, Chris? Let's look at that one right there.
All right, so that's the one we're talking about, right? Well,
scoot the entire screen up. I think we need to go southwest of Claude, Chris. Go southwest of Claude.
Oh,
there
yes,
you
you're
go.
right.
There you go. Right there. Right there is your tornado, Chris.
Okay, that's
See
what
it right
we're
there?
talking Okay.
Go ahead and take it, Chris.
Okay. Yes, that's the one we're talking about. This looks like actually a new rotation or a new area of rotation that we've seen here. So that again for Armstrong, Carson, Donley, Gray counties in effect until 5:30. Tornado warning for confirmed tornado 5 miles southwest of Claude. As you can see there, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So for our friends in Claude, you are right in the path of this tornado. I do believe that this is a different one than what we saw earlier from Jay and Melissa. They're on a storm that's higher up, closer to I-40 to the northwest of Conway right now. So this is a brand new tornado warning in effect. For friends in Claude, you're right in the path of the storm.
Absolutely. It looks like the tornado circulation may actually stay to the south of the city of Claude. I mean, it's too close for comfort. You folks in Claude be in your place of safety. And as we know, as you get south of Claude, you go down into the Powder Oak Canyon right here. So this may be actually riding the rim of the Powder Oak Canyon as it's to the south of the city of Claude. The updated imagery may be showing that the tornado is rain-wrapped. So it would be in the center of the storm, which would make it doubly dangerous because you couldn't see it. And again, about to cross 207 south of the city of Claude. The black area that you see right here is large hail coming down. Again, apple-sized hail, that's 3-inch diameter hail, maybe up to the size of softballs. That's up to better than 4 inches in diameter. And that's solid ice falling from 30, 40,000 feet up. Can do a lot of damage. But again, the tornado portion of the supercell, again, is a little bit farther to the south. I think it's in this area right here, and it looks like it's going to move, probably stay south of Claude. But if it does, we have good night in this area right here that we may have to worry about next if it stays to the south of Claude. Either way, Claude, 287, 207, going down into the canyon, you need to be in your place of safety at this time. Chris?
That's right, John. We're going to flip back over and see exactly where this tornado is on the Doppler velocity. And right there we could see the red wrapping around the green. That is likely rain wrapping around the tornado, which, of course, if you've ever heard of rain-wrapped tornado, if you've been watching us, you've heard about that. Likely very difficult to see at this moment in time. Our storm chasers on the ground are doing a great job at giving us updates, but when the rain is wrapping around, literally you can't see the tornado and is still very dangerous and can do damage. And so we are talking about two separate tornadoes, one to the south of Claude and one to the north of Claude on Highway 207. They're almost parallel longitudinally at this point and moving to the northeast. And again, the ground speed of these tornadoes, of these systems, these storms, have been about 40 to 50 miles per hour. They did let up in intensity a little bit earlier, but let me see. We're getting some more information from the Weather Service in Amarillo. Their update on the warning again, a confirmed tornado 5 miles to the southwest of Claude, moving towards Claude at 50 miles an hour. For friends in Claude, you need to be getting to your place of shelter. Good night as well. Groom, of course, you're going to be in the path once this storm gets over 287, moves to the north as we continue on. John, it looks like from this angle, maybe the I'm going to zoom up just a little bit here.
Sure.
It looks like the center circulation of the northern storm, the Jay and Melissa have been on. It looks like that may pass to the south of Panhandle.
Very possibly. I agree with you. Absolutely. And it almost looks like, Chris, that this storm has lost some of its tornadic characteristics. I know we're under the tornado warning, and you definitely don't want to let your guard down, but it looks like this may be more of an outflow dominant type of situation at this time, which could put down some very strong winds into the Conway area and also clip Panhandle as it makes its way to the east. You see the pink area, that's the hail core. Definitely some large hail could be headed into the city of Panhandle along Highway 207 south toward the area around Conway. And then you have the second supercell over Claude producing the tornado in this area right here. And again, it looks as if with the updated imagery that the tornadic activity may be now to the southeast of Claude. I don't want to step out of bounds here with it, but I think that may be what's going on. And it may be making its way more toward Goodnight than into the center of the city of Claude. But again, we need to get eyes on it, and it's tough to have eyes on these tornadoes because of the road structure in this area, because of the Powder Oak Canyon. They're having to get back into position to get to that point. Chris?
I'm getting some reports from Brian Leeper. He was south of, I believe he's looking at the storm south of Claude. I'm trying to get his video in. He said he saw a tornado for just a little bit, but it's being rain wrapped, so it's very difficult to see at the moment. I'll try to get that in for just a second.
Okay, so again, two concerns here. We have a supercell up to the north of Claude, produced a long-lived tornado earlier in its life. We have this supercell south of Claude that may have a tornado on the ground that is rain-wrapped at this time, which means you can't see it unless you get right there into the couplet with it, which makes it extremely dangerous. This thunderstorm, according to the Weather Service, is moving toward Claude. You folks in Claude need to be in your place of safety at this time. Lowest level of the house, get away from the windows, put as many walls around you as possible. Cover yourselves with pillows, blankets, towels, heavy winter coat. Put on a bicycle helmet, put on a hard helmet, a baseball helmet, a football helmet if you have it, and hunker down and wait till the threat is passed. These storms are rocking along pretty good at about 35 to 45 miles per hour, so you won't be in your shelter that long. But indeed, these thunderstorms have had a history of producing tornadoes. And again, very dangerous situation on the east side of Amarillo for our friends around Claude, 207 south into the canyon, and then 207 north toward Conway, going across Interstate 40, and now up toward the Highway 60 area, close to the city of Panhandle. And again, to me, this northern supercell looks like it may be more of an outflow dominant cell right now, with strong straight line winds being pushed out ahead of it as it takes on more of a easterly trajectory. There may be some circulation on the back end of the cell, though, right here that we definitely want to watch. If that's the case, it'd be right over the top of Interstate 40. And then the secondary supercell, the one that was producing the tornado a while ago, and it looks like we have it rain wrapped. Chris, can you scoot this up just a little bit so we can see the storm south of Claude?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
And I would say that's the tornado right there. It's rain wrapped. We have, you're actually seeing green, but the red is basically enshrouding the green. And so that's where Brian Leeper is watching right there. And if you move, or if you watch this last couple of movements, it looks like it's about to cross 207 south of the city of Claude, but it's too close for comfort, and that might be on the edge of the Powder Canyon as it moves right across Highway 207. Of course, I know we have some homes that are on the rim of the canyon, so I hope that you're in your place of safety at this time. Very dangerous situation. Plus, this supercell is getting additional energy coming up from the canyon in the way of thermals to feed the thunderstorm and keep it going. But again, I believe that's our tornado right there, about to cross 207. Chris?
Okay, John, we just got video in from Brian Leeper. He's south of Claude. So, you know, he's on the southern storm that is to the south of Claude right now.
Okay.
If you want to switch over to Weather 2.
Okay, Weather 2, this is coming in from Brian Leeper. Brian is from Memphis. There it is, Chris. You can see the wall cloud right there. Looks like a ragged tornado on the ground, possibly right there. Let me scoot out of the way. You know, that could be it right there also. Cars are stopping to look at it. So that may be the tornado on the ground right there. There may be a secondary tornado that is circulating around it. I believe that's one there. So we may actually have two funnel clouds on the ground, or at least one. I believe that's the main tornado. This may be a secondary tornado that's trying to wrap around it. And so this would be Highway 287 right here. Is that correct? It must be, yes. There's too much traffic on it for not to be. So probably 287 right here.
Yeah, I think you're right, John.
And then you see the low hanging wall cloud. Look how the visibility is horrible. Look how the visibility is horrible. And then you see right underneath the base, possible tornado there, and possibly another lowering right here coming in from Brian Leeper. Brian lives in Memphis, does a very great job for us, and is watching this tornado circulation as it crosses 287. So he may be looking back south of Claude along 207. So if you can imagine this, Claude would be on 287 up here, and he's looking back to the south of Claude on 207 and seeing this tornado. That's probably what he's watching and moving off to the east. Let's take it back over to the Doppler radar very quickly and see what is happening now. That enshrouded tornadic activity looks like it's going 207 and across 207. If it stays on this trajectory, it would keep it south of the main part of Claude, but it's about to take it across 287, about where Brian Leeper is looking back at the storm. Chris?
Yeah, actually, John, he was about 4 miles to the south of Claude. That's 287 there in the foreground, as you can see, and he said it looked like it was kind of it was getting close to Claude. It might miss it on the southeast, but too close for comfort, John.
Oh, without a doubt. And of course, you know, when we're looking at the name, you know, the city of Claude expands farther south and east and west than the name itself. So we got to keep that in mind. So if you live on the south edge of Claude and back over toward the Claude Highway and then eventually on 287 as you come out of Claude, making your way south toward Clarendon, this tornado is too close for comfort. Be in your place of safety. Again, lowest level of the house, put as many walls around you as possible. If you have a basement or cellar, the best place to be underground, if at all possible. And if you live in a mobile home, hopefully you are in a sturdy structure someplace else away from the tornadic circulation. But again, we have eyes on this tornado. Brian Leeper's watching it. It's rain wrapped, meaning that there's plenty of moisture in the atmosphere, And so the tornado may be there, but if there's rain between you and the tornado, you never see it.
Okay,
and so that makes it doubly dangerous. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, brand new warning for brand new tornado warning for Carson and Gray County, basically for the city of Panhandle. Let me zoom up there and show you what's going on. We have let's see. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado right near Panhandle, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Let me see if I can get these in here. There's a lot of red on the map here, but for the city of Panhandle, we have a storm capable of producing a tornado. Again, it's for your friends in Panhandle, get to your shelter absolutely right this second, because this storm is just on top of you. So far, it hasn't produced a tornado, but it is very near producing a tornado, and you need to get to replace the shelter immediately. For our friends in Panhandle, if you can hear us, get to your shelter space right now.
Chris Martin, do me a favor if you will. While I'm talking about this, will you take our Pampa camera, turn it back to the southwest, and see if we have any visibility on the storm coming in?
Yes, sir.
Curious to see what we can see with the Pampa camera. So again, tornado warning out for Panhandle, for Carson County central areas. You say 207 going north and south. There's Highway 60 going across the city of Panhandle again. If you're in Panhandle, be in your place of safety at this time. The supercell that is passing over the top of you, even though it seems to be a little bit more ragged right now, has had a history of producing long-lived tornadoes earlier in its life, and it certainly could produce another one. It's moving into a very moisture-enriched environment in the eastern part of the Panhandle because we haven't had any thunderstorms over there. So there's a lot of untapped energy for these storms to use to produce more large hail and even the possibility of a tornado. So if you live in Panhandle, be in your place of safety right now. I think that also goes for Conway. Right there, a very dangerous situation. Chris, go ahead. Is that a new tornado warning?
Checking up on the ones we have right now. So the one for Carson and Gray County, that's in effect until 5:30. The bigger one, including Claude and Groom, Armstrong, Carson, Donley, Gray, until 5:30. So it looks like we have still this one for Armstrong and Carson County till 5 p.m. So that one should be expiring here pretty soon. Again, you can see the tornado, the centers of circulation continue to move to the north and east.
Chris, can I ask you a favor?
Yes.
Would you take off the polygons real quick and zoom into the storm in Carson County first? Okay, and zoom into that storm first.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, let's see what we have going on. I can't see an actual tornado within the velocity there. Chris, are you seeing anything?
It doesn't look as likely to me either, John. Let me switch over to the reflectivity instead.
Okay. Okay, the cell is right over the top of the city of Panhandle, so definitely getting heavy rain and probably getting some hail. The tornado threat, I think, appears to be a little bit farther south, but again, it doesn't matter. If you live in Panhandle, be in your place of safety right now.
Totally agree.
Because it's too close for comfort. You are under a tornado warning at this time. Heavy rain, there may be some localized flooding along 60 and 207, and also on Farm to Market 293. And then again, there's that possibility of some rotation within the cloud and large hail in Panhandle. Chris, now if you move south toward Conway.
All right, here we go.
Not much going on, but here we go with our Claude tornadic activity. Looks like the center of circulation will stay just to the east of the main part of Claude. Hopefully it bypassed town to the east, and now is making its way toward Groom. Right here's Groom. Here's Interstate 40. Again, tornado warning underway for this cell, and probably some hail up to the size of hen eggs or golf balls with this thunderstorm as it makes its way into southern Gray County. Here's Gray County right here.
Just an update, John, for our friends to the south. The Weather Service in Lubbock has expired the tornado warning for Briscoe County, Briscoe, Floyd, Hale, and Swisher. That tornado warning has expired, so good news there.
That is very good news. Now, I think our concern is for our friends in Groom along Interstate 40, also close to Conway, and then eventually into, say, getting closer to LaFours and, dare I say, even Pampa within the next 30 minutes or so.
John, and did check out the Pampa Tower camera. Too much rain in the way. Not a good visual on any storms currently.
Okay. Very, very easy to understand that with all the moisture in the atmosphere. It does look like with the latest update from our Claude storm, from the latest update from radar, that the Claude storm is not as impressive as it once was.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there.
You know, I'm wondering if we have one supercell stealing energy from the other supercell, and it's kind of wiping them both out at the present time. That's very impressive. But again, there would be some straight line winds. Even if a thunderstorm is no longer tornadic, if it's in its decaying stage, its dissipation stage, it will send out some extremely strong winds to the surface, which can still do a lot of damage and be just as strong as a tornado. So something we want to keep an eye on. And of course, now that we're along Interstate 40 and there's 287 right there, a lot of traffic coming into these arteries into the city of Amarillo and Highway 60 farther north. And so that is a problem for us. But again, our tornadic supercell looks like in the last couple of images has really gone ragged and not looking as impressive right now as it did earlier. A lot of noise coming in from the radar behind it. Chris, is the Weather Service saying anything new about this? It doesn't look quite as impressive as it did.
Yeah, it really doesn't, John. It really looks like it's come down in intensity quite a bit. Of course, everyone that's listening to us, you don't need to let your guard down. Let me see. We're getting some reports. We continue on. Let's see. Severe thunderstorm warning we had for Moore and Sherman counties is canceled.
Good.
We have another one for Hansford and Hutchinson counties for quarter-size hail. Haven't actually seen a whole lot of reports from the Weather Service. Of course, we've been mainly concerned about tornadoes, but if you are out and about and these storms are headed to you, and for some reason you can hear our voice, then of course it'd be a good idea to get to a place of shelter, at least get to a sturdy structure.
Chris,
yes, sir.
While we're waiting for more information to come in, will you zoom out real quick? Go back over to the precipitation mode. Let's kind of take an overview of what the storms look like as they make their way into through the Panhandle.
Okay, so here we go. So we have storms from Stevens County all the way down to the South Plains area for the city of Amarillo. So far, we haven't seen any severe weather. We've heard the rain, we've heard the wind, but haven't had any reports of hail from our crew here on the ground. We're about to send a crew down to Canyon to see if there was any damage down around in that area from the previous tornado. As you can see, we do have some storms coming up from the southwest headed towards Canyon again. As of right now, non-severe. I'll throw back on the warning map. So as you can see, we still have multiple tornado warnings.
Like 4 of them.
It looks like 4 altogether. Yes, sir. As we continue on to the east of Amarillo, south of Borger, all stretching all the way down towards actually down towards Caprock Canyon State Park.
Chris, do me a favor. Zoom into Canyon real quick.
Here we go.
And to the south of Canyon. Okay,
right.
zoom it out just a hair.
So there we go.
Looks like a hail core that's about to move into the city of Canyon, very possibly. I don't know how large the hail would be at this point, but it definitely could be some nickel-sized hail, heavy downpours. There may be some localized flooding within the city of Canyon, so keep an eye on that.
Yeah,
and of course, some strong winds.
Yeah, currently no warning on that just yet, and looks like the last couple scans that hail core has come down.
Good.
But all the same, if you're on I-27 between Canyon and Happy, we do have the possibility, it looks like, of some hail headed your way.
Okay. Chris, if you wouldn't mind, go back over to the south of Claude, back into the tornado-warned area. Zoom out just a hair, a little bit. Zoom out a little bit more. Are we, okay, push the map up just a little bit for me, sir, so I can see Claude in the south. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Are we looking at possibly new rotation there? Can you go back over to the Doppler velocity, Chris?
What you're seeing, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, kind of a half moon area. And it's not that impressive. I thought it might be. Well, maybe right here. Look at that. Are we starting to see some signs of circulation trying to develop right there? Back to the southwest of that 207 sign, which would put it, again, moving over 207 south of the city of Claude. I don't know if that's for sure what I'm seeing, but it very possibly could be. And then the tornado that was being produced earlier would be in this area right here. Doesn't look nearly as impressive as it once did. But again, watching that as it moves off to the northeast. Any word on that to circulation down around where we see the highway sign there on 207, Chris, from the Weather Service? It'd be back to the southwest of it there.
Right, right. Let me see here. Nothing just yet. Had some reports of ping pong ball sized hail north of Claude, right in the city of Claude. Got some flooding in Claude, no doubt there.
Yeah.
So far, nothing on that secondary circulation we're seeing there. Well, they just put out another update. Okay, so tornado warning for radar indicated tornado for Donley and Gray counties. This is until 5:30 p.m. Storm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles southwest of Groom. Excuse me, 7 miles southwest of Groom, or 8 miles east of Claude, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
So
we're talking right there.
They're still talking about the circulation right here, then getting closer to Groom. So that's where they're seeing possibly some more rotation. And I definitely could see that right there, and moving off to the northeast. So Groom, for you folks in northwest Donley County, that's right there. Here's Armstrong County. Here is southeastern Carson County and then southwestern Gray County. This circulation is headed your way. I know Jason Boggs is watching us. Jason, if you can, keep an eye on this for us and give us an idea of what it's doing as it gets closer to your hometown of LaFours as it moves off to the northeast. Chris?
Okay, John. Back to the previous tornado that looked like it hit Palo Duro Canyon. We're getting some reports from Randall County Sheriff's Departments. They will have an update on the potential on any damage very soon. Currently, they're seeing multiple power lines down, reported down across much of Randall County, and still a very dangerous situation with those power lines down. But we may get an update from them here in the next 30 to 45 minutes on actual damage in Palo Duro Canyon.
And no reports of any injuries, right?
So far, no reports of injuries, John.
Very good, very good. So we're still watching these two supercell thunderstorms. Right now, they're not nearly as impressive as they once were, but that doesn't matter. They're still under a tornado warning. So again, if you live in Groom, if you live in Claude, if you live in Goodnight, be in your place of safety at this time as this activity moves off to the northeast. Looks like is the Weather Service updating this one around Panhandle?
Oh, yes, sir. Let's see. Okay, just came across here. Tornado warning, Carson Gray counties until 5:30 p.m. The severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 4 miles southeast of Panhandle. So right there, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. That has slowed down considerably. We did just before that get a report of baseball-sized hail 1 mile southwest of Panhandle. Okay, so right extremely large hail at this point. Circulation where we're seeing the potential tornado looks like it's southeast of Panhandle. For our friends in Panhandle, you need to be getting to your place of shelter right now.
And this tornado continues to move northeast, at least the circulation does. Next in line would be the Collar Grain elevator area, and then also we have White Deer up the road from that as it moves off to the northeast. And again, as you said, the forward movement of the entire storm is now slowed down to less than 30 miles per hour. That doesn't bode well sometimes. That means there's more opportunity for circulation to develop, and there could be a better opportunity for the possibility of a new tornado. So something we'll watch, but again, it looks like it's staying just to the southeast of the city of Pampa as it makes its way to the east right now along Highway Farm Market to 293 east of Panhandle, but again, in the eastern part of Carson County and eventually pushing closer to the Collard Grain elevator and then maybe into the far eastern reaches of western reaches of Gray County over the next 15, 20 minutes or so. Chris?
Okay, John, I'm going to switch over very quickly. We have a brand new tornado warning basically for the city of Silverton as we have a storm very close to our friends down around Silverton. There we go. That's what we're talking about right there. At 5:07, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Silverton, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. It's not as impressive. Let me flip over to the Lubbock radar velocity signature. Let's see if that shows it any better.
It does. You can see it right there on the last frame. You see the red and the green mixing. Looks like gate-to-gate shear possibly. So definitely a tornado may be coming down right there, Chris. Just to the east of Highway 207, southeast of the city of Silverton. And if it keeps it moving northeast, then it would take it to the split between 86 and the highway that makes its way into the Caprock Canyon State Park area.
Okay, John, they have confirmed tornado located near Silverton, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. They're not saying whether it's in the city limits or, but rather that it's close to the city of Silverton.
Okay, I think that's the circulation we're seeing right there. And again, what you see as far as the name doesn't mean how large the city is. So it may be extremely close to the city of Silverton. So for our friends in Silverton, Briscoe County being your place of safety at this time, tornado warning continues until 5:30 p.m. for Briscoe County, and looks like it will continue to make its way into the Caprock Canyon State Park area. East of Silverton, we have Turkey and Kittiquay, don't we? I believe that's right.
Yes, I believe you're right.
Okay,
yes,
so,
you're correct.
So we want to keep an eye on Silverton, Kittiquay, and Turkey as this thunderstorm makes its way down into the Caprock Canyon State Park area. And quite often the canyon can help enhance a thunderstorm because of the untapped thermal energy rising off of the canyon walls. Remember, warm air rises, and so that will just feed a thunderstorm and make it stronger. So again, you know, I'm almost thinking, I know we're looking at a very blocky presentation right here, and you're at home thinking, what in the world is that? Well, that's the Doppler velocity. That's kind of an old school Doppler velocity, but where you have the purple, the red, and the green, and the white, very possibly that's where a tornado is right there moving off to the northeast. Chris?
Yeah, John, exactly right. That's where we could be seeing the tornado, which again the National Weather Service has confirmed is on the ground. The tornado is touched down. We did say, okay, getting some more information here, confirmed tornado report by emergency management near Silverton, and the tornado's rain wrap. So they've got eyes on it, can't see it because of the rain. We're going to flip back over to the reflectivity. And of course, we have a ton of rain. It is being sort of pulled around, as you can see, near the Highway 207 sign. So near Silverton, strong circulation. Is continue to get information from the National Weather Service. They're in the process of issuing a new tornado warning for southern Floyd County. As you can see, that rain is being wrapped around that typical kidney bean shape we see from rotating thunderstorms during the spring months. You can see, and we're getting, it looks like Silverton is getting hit with some hail. Last report, they're estimating ping pong ball size hail in the city of Silverton, and then of course the dangerous portion of the storm where the tornado is likely down here to the south and east of Silverton and moving to the northeast. John?
Absolutely. Chris, let's watch the storm move into the city of Silverton. Again, if you live in Silverton, be in your place of safety at this time. Again, possible tornado on the ground, moving off to the northeast, heavy rain, flooding is a concern, and large hail, at least up to the size of golf balls or larger. And remember, because the winds are circulating around the supercell that's creating that tornado, those hailstones aren't falling straight down. They have more of a horizontal trajectory being pushed around the cell that can make it doubly dangerous as far as the impact speed into buildings and windows and things like that. And again, for our friends in Silverton, you're under the gun. Please be in your place of safety at this time. Center of the house, lowest level, away from the windows. Put as many walls around you as possible. Cover yourselves with pillows, blankets, towels. Put on a heavy winter coat, bicycle helmet, hard hat. Put on a baseball helmet and wait the storm out. The storm is moving fairly rapidly, so within a matter of minutes it will be north of you, but right now it's right over the top of you. At least the precipitation core is with the large hail. And as far as the tornadic activity, we're kind of thinking that the tornadic activity may be in this area right here as it moves right across the split where we have 256 and Highway 207 that split. And this is where we have Kittiquay up on 256 and then Turkey. And, excuse me, Kittiquay is right here on, 207 and then Turkey back to the east. This one takes us into the Caprock Canyon State Park area around the rim of the canyon and then eventually over into the Bryce Canyon area. So we're watching this cell. Hey, Chris, I'm sorry, can you put over Doppler velocity? Put the Emerald Doppler velocity on, would you please, sir? Chris is wearing many hats today. He's talking to people as he's doing this, so I appreciate it. Okay, thank you, Chris. That's what I wanted to see. Yeah, let's stay on Silverton for just a little bit longer. Okay, thank you. Okay, so, you know, it looks like the center of circulation now may be right there to the east-northeast of the city of Silverton, but it's too close for comfort. Silverton may have also received some of that tornadic wind within the city limits, depending on how close it was to the city. But again, it looks like the center of circulation now has made its way right there to the east of Silverton on Highway 256 or 86 right there, where it splits off on 256 and now is about to go into the Paladuro Canyon. But for you folks in Silverton, it's still pouring down rain and large hail. Could be rotating around that supercell as it moves over the top of you. Chris, do you have some more information?
All right, just from Jay, he's heard some reports from other storm chasers. He didn't see this himself because he wasn't near it at the time, but apparently in Paladuro Canyon, the large tornado, completely tore away the gates. So some pretty major damage at the rim of Paladuro Canyon.
Okay.
He's also saying that he's heard reports of a house to the northwest of Happy in the same tornado that had some major damage to it. So we have had a few reports of damage at this point. Again, some damage in Paladuro Canyon as well.
Okay, so again, coming in from Jay McCoy, what he is hearing through the grapevine, we'll get confirmation on that, but a house has been heavily damaged close to the town of Happy, and that we have also had some major damage to the entrance of Paladuro Canyon, the gate area, if you will, going into Paladuro Canyon. So again, these tornadoes, you know, if they're on the ground long enough, eventually they're going to hit something, and that's exactly what has happened. So that is what we have going on right now, and this thunderstorm continues to move off to the northeast. Chris, why don't you take this for a second?
Sure.
I need to put on some new equipment here.
Okay.
And I'll be back with you in just a moment.
Okay. All right, we're wearing out the equipment here, friends. All right, here we go. So we have the tornado warning in effect for Briscoe County until 5 p.m. You can see that circulation. It looks a little bit closer to Silverton than it was previously. And again, this storm last reported was moving at about 40 miles per hour, if I'm seeing that correctly, 35 miles per hour, excuse me, as it continues to moving to the northeast. We're going to do a quick update heading up to the north and see what's going on. We have an additional warning for southern Floyd County. We'll come back to that. Well, you have a brand new tornado warning, as you can see, the flashing on the screen there, in effect for Donley and Armstrong County until 6 p.m. And let me check the particulars on that one just a second here. As you can see, all right, that storm continuing to be, we've had multiple storms, fairly strong, capable of doing major damage. Okay, a tornado warning for Armstrong, Donley counties until 6 p.m. Storm capable of producing a tornado 17 miles west of Bryce, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, and has the possibility of golf ball size hail. So our friends, this is southeastern Armstrong County, southwestern Donley County, so part of the, I would say, trying to make its way towards the Powder Canyon area. Again, that storm is 17 miles to the west of Bryce and moving to the northeast. Now we continue. Let's zoom back out further, move up to the north and east. So for friends in Claude, still under a tornado warning. As you can see, that center circulation where the red and the green are very close to each other, almost wrapping around each other. It looks like that center of circulation is headed towards the city of Groom. That tornado warning is in effect until 5:30. I'll check on that information here as we continue on. And it looks like we're getting maybe some hail on the southeast side of Amarillo. It looks like we've got a hail core hitting the southeast side of Amarillo, so the Caprock area, Caprock High School area, excuse me, and down toward Loop 335. Again, for the tornado warning that you're looking at right now, Claude, Groom, and Goodnight still under the gun as far as the possibility of a tornado. Right now, not confirmed that's on the ground, but capable of producing a tornado 7 miles southwest of Groom, moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. And for our friends in Panhandle, we continue on with that. Western portions of Gray County, we'll throw that one on the map here, as you can see. That tornado warning is in effect for the next 13 minutes for Carson and Gray counties. And I'll get you the particulars here. So thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 4 miles southeast of Panhandle, moving to northeast at 20 miles per hour. So this is the slowest of the storms we have. Baseball-sized hail was reported a mile southwest of Panhandle. Got some friends in Panhandle. They may have to take their cars to get fixed because of that hail. So Panhandle, White Deer, Skellytown, and Kingsmill are under the gun for that particular storm right now. Large hail, but also the potential for a tornado. And as a matter of fact, John, for those last few warnings, it looks like we may, the only tornado we have on the ground, I think at the moment, is the one over Silverton.
Which is one too many, of course.
Which is one too many, absolutely.
Okay.
But there we go.
Very curious, Chris, on our Pampa camera, are we getting any visibility from these storms coming in from the southwest?
Still just rain, John.
Still just rain, okay.
And I have had reports from Brandon Whittington. He was out just to the east of Groom, and Jay McCoy and Melissa Terrazas were heading towards them, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
We're saying that the rain was bringing visibility down immensely, hazy at times to, seeing just maybe a few cars length in front of you. So
okay.
A lot of rain, of course, making it more dangerous.
Okay, do me a favor real quick. Go back over to the precipitation mode. Zoom into the city streets real quick. We're talking about the hail down around Caprock High School, southeast side of town. Let's see what we have here. Let's kind of look at this real quick, then we'll get back to our tornadoes. What size hail was it, Chris? Did it say?
We don't currently have a warning on the city of Amarillo. Just as you can see, the hail course, but haven't had any reports of any hail down there. Just kind of estimating from radar at the moment. Yeah,
Chris, can you bring up the city streets for us real quick?
Yes.
Zoom in just a hair closer. There we go.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, so right there is Osage, and we have 34th Street right there. So Caprock is in this area here, right? Chris, that's your part of town.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
Right here is Osage, so we're talking Caprock areas right over here.
Okay.
Here's I-40, Grand,
okay.
A great burrito places right here. But all the same, as you can see, it looks like we're getting some hail, but I haven't had any reports of hail. And again, there's no warning on the city of Amarillo, no severe thunderstorm warning. So at this point, I mean, we have seen in the past where we've seen what looks like we're getting plenty of hail.
True.
but we could in fact just be seeing just heavy rain. So
Exactly,
flooding, of course, in the city of Amarillo, southeast side of town gets hit pretty hard as well.
Okay, very good. So yes, there could be some hail falling, but as far as the size, we don't know. Watch out for some localized flooding in the areas of town where it does like to flood very quickly. Keep that in mind. Chris, do you want to go ahead and zoom back out, and we'll get back over to our tornadoes. For our friends in the southeast part of Amarillo, a little bit of hail, no tornadic activity at all in the city of Amarillo. We are getting some good rain, and it may be coming down too heavy, and it looks like this cell's moving northeast, so our friends from, say, Canyon back into the Lake Tanglewood area, southeast Amarillo will have heavy rain that also is right along 287 or I-40, or excuse me, I-27 from Amarillo south into Canyon, and that rain is kind of just following the breath of I-27 into the city. So we'll watch that for you, but we get back to the east of us, and this is where we have our tornadic supercells that are underway right now. Chris, is there any new information coming in from the Weather Service or from our storm chasers of any tornadic activity on the ground?
Right now, I'm not seeing anything. Jay and Melissa are trying to pre-position. Brandon hasn't seen anything in Groom yet. Brandon did briefly see the tornado, but that was earlier, the one that was on Claude. From the Weather Service, we're not getting any, let me see here, just an update on the tornado warning for Armstrong and Donley County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 17 miles west of Bryce. Okay, we already covered that. My apologies there. So right now, and looking at the radar at the moment, those cores have come down considerably from east of Claude up towards Panhandle. Her friends in Pampa. In fact, taking a look right here at the Pampa Tower camera, can see some dark clouds in the distance, but just rain at the moment. It looks like the most dangerous storm in this part of the Texas Panhandle, maybe the one south of 287, kind of right out towards Powder Canyon, heading towards to the northwest of Clarendon at the moment. Let me zoom in on that.
Okay.
Okay, we have new excuse me, we have new confirmation of a tornado. Let me find that here near Silverton. So I'll zoom in on that tornado warning right quick. Yep. Tornado warning for Briscoe County until 5:45. Confirmed tornado was located 4 miles northeast of Silverton, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour.
Chris, can you go over to the Doppler velocity real quick and let's check it out? Go over to Amarillo. It's a little bit smoother, easier to see. You know, the good news is, I mean, there's no good news about a tornado on the ground, but, well, there it is right there.
There we go.
And it's moving over the Caprock Canyon State Park area, so there's less population in this area. But, of course, if your home's there, it doesn't matter. But, again, this tornado making its way from the Silverton area, making its way into the Caprock Canyon State Park area, into the ranch lands down there, and more than likely some heavy rain along with it. But the green that you see, the different shades of green, I would hazard a guess and say that's where the tornado is. Maybe that right there where the red is also is the tornado, indicating that's rain-wrapped. It's also quite a ways away from the Doppler radar site here in Amarillo, but definitely north of Silverton. The good news is it's moving away from Silverton. So Silverton's there, and it's moving this way away from it. We have Lake McKenzie over here, so it's moving away from Lake McKenzie, and right now it's basically in the canyon lands of the Caprock Canyon State Park area. And Chris, this tornado warning that's farther south, is it still underway that includes Silverton, or has that been replaced with this one?
They just canceled that, so it hasn't come down off the map just yet. For the southwestern portions of Briscoe County, they just canceled that one. Another update, of course, we haven't had too many reports of hail, except for a few very large ones. A report of hail, quarter size, southeast of Claude. Another one, quarter size, let's see, within the city of Claude. Of course, we did talk about that baseball-size hail up around Panhandle as well.
Look at that circulation right there, Chris. That tornado, you can tell it's on the ground. I mean, it's such a impressive velocity couplet right now with the green and the red. It would be interesting to see what that tornado looks like. Maybe there's some eyes on it from Silverton looking back over the canyon lands to watch that. The good news, again, it's moving away from the city of Silverton, but if you have land or if you have a home down in the Caprock Canyon State Park area, you definitely want to be in your place of safety. The visibility is very poor because of the amount of moisture in the atmosphere, and also the tornadoes are, again, they're rooted in this boundary layer, and so the cloud above the tornado may not appear to be that tall and makes it doubly dangerous to see. So keep that in mind. We are tracking this tornado, and again, I would say that this is more likely as a tornado on the ground moving away from the city of Silverton into the Caprock Canyon State Park area. Chris, do you mind zooming out a little bit? Take us down a little bit south. I know this is Lubbock's area, but this is a little bit, okay, well, that's Floyd Ada. What do we have going on with this one here, Chris?
Okay, let's throw that one up on the map. Switching back over to Lubbock. Confirmed, let's see.
545.
All right, here we go. Yeah, 545. And that one, we're talking about a storm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles west of Daughtry or 8 miles southeast of Floydada. So 8 miles southeast of Floydada, and that one's moving to the northeast at 45. So radar indicated, not confirmed as of right now.
Yeah, that's the circulation we're seeing right there. Not quite as impressive as the storm up by Silverton, but again, where you see the different shades of green right there and the purple kind of mixing into it, that's the circulation that may be producing a tornado southeast of Floydada, moving away from the city of Floydada, making its way into eastern Floyd County if it holds together. Next in line would be western Motley County. By the way, this area down here in the southeast Panhandle is untouched as far as anything prior. So there's a lot of untapped energy. We call it potential energy for these storms to tap into as they make their way into a warmer environment and to a more moisture enriching environment. I know where I'm going with that. But anyway, we're talking about the possibility of these thunderstorms increasing in intensity. Chris, can you zoom out for us? Let's just take an overall look at the panhandles again. Go back over to the precipitation mode. It looks like we have 4 tornado warnings underway right now. And just show you everything that's going on. This is you're assuming that these storms are moving along at probably 30 to 40 miles per hour. That would put them to the state line probably around 7 o'clock, 7:30 tonight, at least in the eastern rural counties, moving out of our viewing area. So something we'll keep an eye on. Chris?
Okay, John, I'm getting multiple reports of, looks like some pea-sized hail in the city of Amarillo.
Okay.
Let's see, maybe getting some pictures as well. Hang with me just a moment. Okay, looks like according to Cindy Barkley of DPS, pea-sized hail in southwest Amarillo. Looks like, let's see, we've got some other...
close enough that we can watch it move into the city. And as you say, it looks like these individual supercells are now basically turning into more of a linear mode squall line, which does two things. It will usually increase the forward speed of the thunderstorm and also reduce the risk of a tornado. Now, I'm not saying that there's not going to be one, but the risk of a tornado does come down when you have more of a linear fashion and you lose the individual cells. Now, within a squall line, quite often the winds on the backside can very quickly decay and create what's known as a wake low, which can still do damage. But right now, it looks like for Pampa, it's looking like more general rain. Even the hail production looks like it's come down quite a bit here in the last 30 minutes or so for our friends in Pampa. And the same at LaFour's, Groom. The storms are a little bit heavier. Moving over the city of Groom, you know, there may be a flooding threat now along Highway 70, Highway 207, and then back over through the city of Groom. And I guess those two tornado warnings have expired for Pampa and Gray County, haven't they?
It looks like. I'm trying to see if we have any confirmation of that from the Weather Service. Of course, they put them out till 5:30, and it is indeed 5:30. Right. So, yeah, it looks like they backed off on the intensity on those storms, so that's great news right there. But yes, again, we can, with this much rain, friends, it's been a while since we've seen flooding because we've been so dry, but we have the possibility of flooding this evening as these storms, as you can see, moving north or south to north over the area, and we need the rain, but be very careful if you do have to venture out this evening. If there is any flooding, then it's likely going to be pretty bad. We'll zoom in. We'll pan a little bit further down to the southeast. Let's maybe get a few more updates from the Weather Service. They're continuing.
Possible circulation northeast of Silverton. Chris, can you go back over to Doppler real quick? Let's see if that's still there. Still in the canyon areas. That's good news. I mean, less population there. But yes, look at that area where we have the different shades of green. Looks like we may have some circulation a little bit farther north into the southeast corner of, I believe that's Donley County, and then over farther, no, that'd be Donley County here. So southeast Armstrong County, southwest Donley County, and then back into the central part of Briscoe County. Hall County being over here to the right.
Just an update here, John. So we confirmed, the National Weather Service did confirm at 5:05 a brief tornado touched down 8 miles northeast of Claude and then lifted about 2 minutes later. So so far no reports of any damage from that, and again is on the ground for what seems like about maybe 5 minutes altogether.
Chris, do me a favor. I know it's a little bit past. We'll get back to this in a second. Can you load the tornadic video from Jay?
Oh, yes.
And Melissa from about an hour ago. Let's just show the folks very quickly what we have been watching and why the reason we're still on TV, because this is still a very dangerous situation.
This is from, this is from about an hour ago altogether.
Look at that. That's the reason we're on TV right there. That is a stovepipe tornado. It was on the ground earlier this evening along 287 and back over close to I-27 and Highway 87. So 87 and Interstate 27 moving off to the northeast, coming in from Jay McCoy and from Melissa Terrazas. And again, look at that stovepipe. Very dangerous. When you see a laminar flow where you don't see a jagged edge to the side of the tornado, you can bet that the storm is really wrapping up. This may be the same tornado that did damage in the city of Happy to that house in Happy, and also did the damage at the Powder Canyon at the entrance where you go into the canyon. So again, on the ground and doing lots of damage. But this tornado was part of a larger tornado that was on the ground for over an hour. Multiple vortex. Started out close to Dimmitt, close to Nazareth, went to the west of Happy, and then made its way over Interstate 27 into southern Randall County, over the Powder Canyon, making its way toward Claude. And now this is the same thunderstorm that dropped that brief tornado touchdown northeast of Claude about 20 minutes ago. But this is the reason why we've been watching these tornadoes, because this has not happened like this in quite a while, and very dangerous because you're in the most populated area of our viewing area, which is close to the cities of Amarillo and Canyon. And so again, that's the reason why we're keeping an eye on this for you. Okay, let's go back to the Doppler radar presentation. So impressive. You know, Chris, it looks like we're getting another circulation developing here north of Silverton on the back edge of the supercells that moves northeast. It looks like it's tightening up, so to speak. And so I guess we do have a severe thunderstorm warning out for Briscoe County until 5:45. And so we're talking about another 11 minutes or so. Is that right?
Right.
For this area there.
Two separate tornado warnings here. Briscoe County till 5:45. 15 minutes later, the one north of that expires. As you can see, the circulation still fairly pronounced at this point.
Very.
And let's see, these storms are moving about 35 to 40 miles per hour, so still pretty quick, not as rapid, not as fast as we had seen previously, but yes, continue to move on to the northeast. We got a shot here just a second for our friends in Pampa here in a little bit. Dark clouds moving in.
Take it over to the Pampa camera, guys. Let's see what we have real quick.
Hang on a second. Let me see here if we've got. I can switch.
If that's available, if we can do that. If not, that's okay. Yeah, I guess you can't see until we put it up. One moment. So as Chris does that, again, okay, there we go. Isn't that impressive? Dark clouds. So, Chris, I guess we're looking due south, aren't we, at this point?
Okay, so right now we're looking south-southwest.
Okay. Is that Price Road right there that I'm seeing going straight south?
Price Road right there on the left-hand side of your screen. You can kind of see a little bit of a base, but a lot of rain in the way, making it very difficult to see, which our storm chasers have had trouble with all afternoon, almost all afternoon.
Right. I wonder how much lightning we're getting out. It looks soaking wet in the city of Pampa, of course. They had the thunderstorm that went through last night that dropped the quarter-size hail. And tonight they have this next storm that's about to move into town or close to the city of Pampa. So, folks, to orient you with where we are, our tower where the camera is located is on the northwest side of Pampa. So we are looking straight south. So Highway 60 would be right here. And then if you go far enough south, you'd make your way back over toward La Forge. So this would be southwest in this direction here. So about, if you're looking at a compass heading, about 260 degrees here and 180 degrees this way as you're looking straight south. Chris?
Okay, John. Just an update here. Let's see. I was checking on so far rainfall amounts. I've seen some rain, of course, as you can see in Pampa. Panhandle nearing on 2 inches of rain for the afternoon. Boys Ranch at an inch of rain. And we haven't even talked about any severe weather out in Boys Ranch. Over an inch of rain for Claude and Floydada, almost an inch as of right now.
And you can hear the constant rumble of thunders right here in the city of Amarillo. It's nice to have the rain, of course, without the severe weather. And for the most part, we have been dodging a bullet. So nice to see. And just so you know, folks, after this event is over with, we're probably going to be dry and quiet for the next several days. So spring break week looks pretty nice for us. But you see the lowering right there, or at least the base of the thunderstorm. I wouldn't really call it a lowering because there's not a tornado with this. But again, just an indication of how dismal it's been out to the east of Amarillo with the low visibility. And so you don't see something until you get close to it or it's coming towards you. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, wow, there it is. So that's what our storm chasers are running into right now. But this is truly the right environment for a tornado because these supercell thunderstorms become rooted in this very rich moisture close to the surface. And then with southeast winds coming in, that can start that process of rotating a tornado. And then through the laws of physics, conservation of angular momentum, it will take off and run. But right now, we don't have any tornadic activity in Pampa. Let's take it back over to our radar real quick and show you the very latest. Heavy cell again now to the east of Amarillo. This is the one that produced maybe some small hail on the southeast side of town, possibly nickel to quarters in some areas. Now located along Highway 136 up around the Pantex plant, making its way eventually close to Fritch, out west of Panhandle, back over toward Borger. Then we get back to our general rainfall around the city of Pampa. Nothing severe at all in Pampa. Nothing severe at all close to Pampa, okay? The supercells have pretty much dissipated. That's the best news we've had all day, right, Chris?
Yeah, it really is. Just got a report of multiple reports from the National Weather Service of flooding ongoing in Claude. Okay. Absolutely understandable how that's the case there. We'll show you what's going on. Of course, as these storms have continued, what we call training over any one particular area, the flooding is turning into maybe more of a concern, and maybe that will be the concern as well for our friends in Pampa. As you can see, now looking a little on the foggy side from the tower camera. I'm going to zoom back down to the south as we continue on with our active tornado warnings. For everywhere north of I-40, currently no tornado warning. That includes Amarillo and Canyon.
Very good
Southeast Texas Panhandle, that's where we have multiple tornado warnings. I'll throw these on the map right here for Armstrong and Donley County. So that storm is closing in on Clarendon. That also from a report from Brian Leeper. Floyd and Motley County, that warning in effect until 5:45 as that storm continues. That storm is the most impressive thing out there at the moment, really riding or closing in on Highway 70 and almost moving more to the east. We're going to zoom in on that. And
Chris, very quickly before we do that, go back up to Clarendon real quick, would you please, sir? New tornado warning coming out?
Looks like an update. Let
Is
me
it an
check
update?
on that
Okay.
here. Okay, broad rotation on the storm southwest of Clarendon, looking to head towards 287, just northwest of Claude in the next 20 to 25 minutes. So the same broad rotation on it right now. I doubt any eyeballs that are on it are just seeing rain because there's so much rain in the way. But again, still a very dangerous storm as per the tornado warning.
Absolutely, that's right. Because there is a tornado warning on it, you folks in Clarendon or close to Clarendon along 287 or south on 70 need to be in your place of safety just because, like Chris said, because of the low visibility. If there were a tornado, it may be rain-wrapped and nobody is seeing it. Now, we'll say the Doppler presentation is not that impressive, but that's why we have eyes on the ground, because Doppler doesn't tell us everything, just kind of gets us in the ballpark sometimes. So for you folks in Clarendon, you need to be in your place of safety at this time. Heavy rain, pockets of hail, plus that possibility of a tornado could be in there as it moves to the northeast. Again, that's Doppler radar indicated. We're not actually seeing it on the ground, but now Chris has gone over to the Doppler velocity, and it does look a little bit more impressive. So that is rain-wrapped, and there's the broad rotation that Chris is talking about right there. That's the concern that we have. And if you draw a vector, or if you draw a line, rather, from the tornado or the tornado-producing supercell up to Clarendon, it's going to take it right into the city of Clarendon. So something we want to keep an eye on, moving into the city of Clarendon possibly by about 6 o'clock. So again, for you folks in Clarendon, you need to be in your place of safety at this time. Howard Wick, even though you're not actually in the polygon for the tornado, it is drifting that way. So again, I know we have a lot of modular homes up in the Howard Wick, Greenbelt Lake area, Sherwood Shores area. Again, be very careful. Look at this rotation here. This is our Silverton storm. Possible tornado on the ground with this one. It's still in the canyon, but it's about to make its way closer to southwestern, or make that southeastern Donnelly County. Chris, any information on our Silverton, Briscoe County tornado?
Just updates here and there. Again, broad rotation, potential tornadic circulation northeast of Floydada. Well, okay, I'm on the wrong storm here. Hang on. But basically continuing on, let's see. We have the thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 14 miles north of Caprock Canyon State Park, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. An additional one back to the south for Floyd and Motley County. But as far as any updated information, they're saying potential for if I'm seeing that right, I'm sorry, for ping pong ball size hail, but no new information as far as that's concerned.
Okay.
Keep having to move the radar because those storms are really booking at this point.
And once this this circulation gets back over high ground where there's more people, so to speak, because it's still in the canyon, there will be more eyes on it, because I imagine they can't see it because of the low visibility. But again, tornado warning continues for Briscoe County. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, John. The Weather Service is saying there's going to be a new tornado warning about to be issued for Donnelly County, including the city of Clarendon at this moment. So they are going too far, sorry. So about to get a brand new warning, but friends in Clarendon, you ought to be getting to your place of shelter right now, because you're about to see a warning. That storm is right now heading right for you.
Yeah, it's a little bit more impressive. Within the last couple of updates from the radar, it looks like we are starting to get a little bit of a tightening, a gradient. Again, the red are the winds blowing away from the radar, the green the winds blowing in, and so rotation possibly is starting to lower closer to the ground. It's not on the ground, but it may definitely be a funnel cloud. And because it's rain-wrapped, if you're in Clarendon, I doubt if you can actually see this coming towards you right now. If you can, it's very, very low visibility. But again, as we kind of draw a line toward Clarendon, it looks like it will be moving into the city of Clarendon, or basically just to the east of the city, too close for comfort. So for our friends in Clarendon along 287, and even though Howard Wick is not in the polygon, I'd say if you live close to Greenbelt Lake, you need to be in your place of safety at this time. Chris?
Yeah, I totally agree. Weather Service is saying that, okay, brand new tornado warning just came out. That's in effect until 6:30.
Okay.
They're saying now confirmed tornado 9 miles southwest of Clarendon, moving northeast at 20.
Are our guys anywhere close to it that they can see it, Chris?
We don't. We have some folks up around Groom, but nobody that far south at the moment.
Okay, so tornado on the ground being confirmed at this time. About 10 miles to the south and west of Clarendon, moving northeast at what speed?
That one's moving at 20 miles per hour.
At 20,
so slow
it's a
down
slow
quite
one.
a bit.
It's a slow one, but it's moving toward Clarendon. You folks in Clarendon, it's time to go to your place of safety if you have not already done so. Again, so we'll go over this one more time. If you live in a house that does not have a basement or cellar, go to the center of the house, lowest level, put as many walls around you. A bathroom, a hallway, or a closet. Hunker down, cover yourself with pillows, blanket, towels, heavy winter coat. put on a baseball helmet, a hard hat, bicycle helmet, and wait till the threat has passed. If you do have a house that has a cellar basement, of course, the cellar is the place to be. If you go to a basement, go underneath a piece of heavy furniture or get up into the stairwell where you go down into the basement. If you are in a mobile home, you need to leave that mobile home and get to a shelter or get to possibly a home that is a sturdy built home. Not saying that mobile homes are not. It's just that you need to get to a home that's made out of brick and mortar or go to a shelter. So there is the storm track. And again, assuming it's moving at 20 miles per hour, it's for our friends for Armstrong and Donnelly counties until 6 p.m. And it's Clarendon, going into Clarendon a little bit after 6 and moving into Howardwick at about 20 after the hour. So right there is Howardwick. So Greenbelt Lake is right here. And then we have Clarendon. And again, the circulation is fairly huge. Hopefully that's not a tornado on the ground, but it's very huge. And that entire circulation is going to encompass Clarendon, 287, and eventually Howardwick and Highway 70 north going out of Clarendon over the next 15 minutes or so. So again, please be in your place of safety away from the windows. Remember, if there truly is a tornado on the ground and it's close to your structure, typically the first thing that will leave the building is the roof. And once that roof is pulled off, those outside walls will collapse or explode into millions of pieces. We call that debris, and that's what hurts people, God forbid even kills people, and that's what you want to protect yourself from. The thought or the idea that you may be hit by the center of circulation is very, very slim, but it's all the stuff being thrown around in the air. Chris?
Yeah, John, as we were saying, let's see, another update from the Weather Service. The tornado is about 10 minutes out from the town of Clarendon on 287. So according to the National Weather Service, the tornado is 10 minutes away from Clarendon. If you can hear us in Clarendon, get to your place of shelter immediately. Cover yourself up from debris, lowest level of your building if you don't have a storm cellar or basement. Howardwick as well, because once that storm passes by Clarendon, it may brush the southeast side of Howardwick, as you can see here in the next 40 some odd minutes. Yeah. As you can see here. So again, this is the most dangerous storm we have right now for the city of Clarendon, Howardwick as well. 10 minutes away from Clarendon, that's where the storm is at the moment, John.
Absolutely. So again, for our friends in Clarendon, we can't emphasize this enough. Go to your place of safety. You're not being able to see this because of so much moisture in the air, but we are getting confirmation of a tornado 10 minutes southwest of Clarendon. So it's 10 minutes out of town, meaning it's going to be in town very quickly. So you want to be in your place of safety at this time, center of the structure, lowest level, away from the windows, basement or cellar if you have that option. Again, get to a place of safety. It does look like this circulation will actually make it into the city of Clarendon. The center of circulation may be just to the north of the main part of Clarendon, but it's too close for comfort, something we definitely need to watch as it makes its way into the city. What we are seeing here, this is not rain. That green that you see is not rain. That's wind. We're looking at winds blowing toward the radar and the red blowing away from the radar, and where the two start to mix, we create what's known as a couplet. And the couplet then is where the tornado is. And so this is this area right here making its way into the city of Clarendon. That's what we're watching at this time.
And John, the National Weather Service updated that the storm's now moving at 40 miles per hour.
Okay.
Yes, they just updated it. So the confirmed tornado was 5 miles southwest of Clarendon. It's booking it. It's making it there. So
it's making it there. So folks, you don't have time. Be in your place of safety at this time right now. And again, stay where you are and hunker down and wait till the threat is passed. If it is moving at 40, which the Weather Service is suggesting it is now, it will be in and out of town very quickly. That's the good news. But you need to be in your place of safety now because it's about to hit town. We don't really see this one bypassing too far from the center of downtown. This one looks like it could be a direct hit, or if not, it may be a little bit of a jog just to the west of town. But again, it will actually encompass the city of Clarendon. And you see the path right there, the cone Chris just drew in. That's our storm track. So we still have we have Clarendon within it, but we also have Howardwick very close by Greenbelt Lake in this area. And a lot of folks are probably down at the lake this weekend. Again, very dangerous situation. Again, if you're in Clarendon, be in your place of safety this time. Chris, one more time on our storm chasers, Brian Leeper. Where is he located?
Okay, last check, we have Brian Leeper near Claude. Don't know where he's positioned. It looks like he's about to send me a message. Brandon Whittington's up in Groom. Jay and Melissa were heading north towards Groom.
Okay.
But at this point, seeing how those storms have died down, they may be starting to head back to the south.
Okay.
An update from the Weather Service. Winds possible with the Clarendon storm up to 70 to 80 miles per hour. I'm thinking they're maybe talking about straight line winds potentially, but
RFD?
Maybe RFD, yeah, exactly.
Rear flanking downdraft is what that is. The winds in the top of the supercell will accelerate to the ground because of gravity and because of the evaporation process. That will force an increase in the forward acceleration of the winds to the surface. And so if we're talking 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, that could be what's known as the rear flanking downdraft of the supercell thunderstorm moving over the top of us. But think of it this way, an F-0 tornado has wind speeds of 65 to 85 miles per hour. So we're within that category of F-0 damage as this tornado moves into town, even if it's not even a confirmed tornado. So either way, a very dangerous situation. And we continue with this tornado warning underway for Armstrong and Donnelly counties until 6 p.m. Chris?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, John. And, of course, we've been talking about heavy rain with these storms, making it extremely difficult to see. Apparently, they do have eyes on that storm.
Good.
They're close enough to see that the storm has indeed produced a tornado. About 3 minutes ago, it was 5 miles away from Clarendon. So for our friends in Clarendon, exactly, you need to be getting to your place of shelter right this second. It may come to the southeast of Howardwick, and that would be a
Chris,
good thing. But for our friends in
move
Howardwick,
it up just a hair, would you please, sir? Move your entire. There you go. That's good.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, perfect.
So we actually have two. So we have two tornado warnings out. The one of concern right now is the one in Donnelly, because that is where the confirmed tornado is.
Right.
Hail core crossing 287 northwest of Clarendon with golf ball size hail possible. Let me flip over very briefly to the for the reflectivity. And I'm going to zoom back in just a little bit. You can see, well, there we go. That's where the hail core is, just to the northwest of Clarendon. But the area of circulation we're concerned with was moving right towards Clarendon. That was per the National Weather Service in Amarillo.
Chris, do me a favor. Would you switch over to the National Weather Service Doppler velocity very quickly? It's a little bit different from the velocity we've been watching. And let's see what the Weather Service Doppler velocity is showing. Is that it right there?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. All right. So that's that's what we were showing. So again, it's this area right here that's making its way to Clarendon. Still looks like it could be a direct hit. We'll keep an eye on it for you. It's moving northeast at 40, and again about 5 miles southwest of town, and is rapid motion to the north and east. And as Chris was saying, wind speeds could be upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour. That's a damaging wind. Again, an EF0 tornado has wind speeds of 65 to 85 miles per hour, so that's within that realm of F0 strength winds, even if it's not the actual tornado itself. So again, we want to make sure that we batten down the hatches if we live in Clarendon, and just hunker down and wait till this threat is passed. It will be over with in the next 30 minutes or so. But again, tornado warning continues for Donnelly County until 6:30. And as Chris has been saying, right here is Greenbelt Lake. We have Howardwick. We have the Sherwood Shores. Again, a lot of modular homes in this area. The tornado may bypass, or the supercell may bypass Howardwick to the east, but again, it will be too close for comfort. Chris? Yeah,
John, as we're seeing, it's heading right for Clarendon. Tons of rain around this storm. We're having reports, but they're estimating golf ball size hail from this storm. So, of course, in addition to the tornado, a large hail hitting the city of Clarendon here probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. It looks like that circulation's almost to Clarendon as of right now. We're waiting on other reports, waiting on our storm chasers to kind of reposition. They're likely headed for that storm as of right now, the ones that we had up towards Grumman and Panhandle as well. Broad rotation is about to cross over Clarendon, Texas. That was from the National Weather Service. So exactly what we have been seeing. You can see where the green and the red are kind of meeting just to the southwest of Clarendon, and continue to be a very dangerous situation. Once again, you've heard us for our friends in Clarendon, Howardwick, anyway on Highway 70 north of Clarendon. You're right in the path of that storm. So if you can hear our voice, get to your place of shelter. Lowest level of a sturdy building, basement or cellar is better than anything else. Make sure you protect yourself from debris. Centermost room in your house, whether it's a bathroom or a closet, away from the outside windows. If you're in an apartment complex, get down to the bottom level and get away from the outside walls. John?
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. And like you were saying, if we truly have the 70, 80 mile per hour winds, that golf ball size hail is not impacting the surface straight like this. It's being tossed around those winds. So again, you're increasing that impact speed as it hits a structure, windows, or whatnot. So again, that makes it very dangerous, on top of the fact that we have a tornado warning in the way, on top of the fact that we actually have the center of circulation about to pass over the top of Clarendon. Chris, are we getting any word from Clarendon itself as far as people seeing tornadic activity within the city limits at this point?
Haven't had any reports just yet. So if you're in Clarendon, we want you to get to your place or shelter. We don't need your reports. We need you to be safe at the moment. We will get reports from other folks around that storm, but we're still waiting on updates given that particular storm. So far, haven't had a whole lot of information come in the last few minutes.
Okay, and I assume that the sirens are going off in town. Of course, we have storm spotters out watching the cell as it moves into the city of Clarendon. But again, very dangerous situation, and you definitely want to be in your place of safety away from the windows. A wives' tale was open up the windows to equalize the pressure. Don't do that. Keep your house airtight. That will actually make your structure more resistant to the winds. If you make your house open to the winds, that will weaken the structure. But again, the tornadic activity looks like it's moving into Clarendon. Looks like there may be some new rotation located up to the north and west of Clarendon along 287, but the center of circulation may be passing over the city right now as we speak and making its way along Highway 70 and then off to the northeast of Clarendon at this present time. But again, we're waiting for some information coming in from the county, from the Sheriff's Department, from the Police Department of Clarendon, and of course from the Weather Service as to what we have going on. So again, the tornado warning continues for Donnelly County until 6:30 this evening. This thunderstorm right here continues to move to the northeast at roughly 40 miles per hour. So again, the center of circulation will be over the city for about the next 10 minutes or so. Then it should be moving off to the northeast. But again, something we definitely want to keep an eye on as the cell continues to march off to the northeast. Chris?
Yeah, John. Getting us some more updates. We still haven't had any reports of anything going or of what's going on in Clarendon, so we're still waiting for that. Okay. The National Weather Service in Amarillo has expired the tornado watch for our western counties, including Potter and Randall.
Very good.
Those have been expired. So tornado watch expired for Potter, Randall, Oldham, Moore, and Death-Smith counties as we continue on with the system moving out to the east. Brian Leeper currently saying he's in Lily Lake and heading back to Clarendon right now.
Yeah, getting closer.
Yeah, it is.
So Brian would be up here in this area underneath the banner making his way toward Clarendon. So he will have visual on it here before too much longer. That's good news. Again, unfortunately, when these storms come out of the canyon areas, it's horrible road network, so they have to get back into position to see the storms, and that's what they're doing at this point in time. But again, the tornado warning continues for Donnelly. This is the most dangerous storm that we have right now. It's going into a populated area, city of Clarendon, I-27, or excuse me, 287 and Highway 70 intersect right there into the city of Clarendon. Chris, can you go over to the precipitation mode very quickly? Let's kind of see what we have with that. Curious. Okay, looks like a hail core about to move into Howardwick. You see the heavy rain over the city of Clarendon at this time.
And they're estimating golf ball size hail still with that hail core headed to Howardwick. So.
Okay, yeah, I would guess so. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then you have basically elongated area of thunderstorm activity. It's not, and I don't want to, go too far and say this. It doesn't look quite as impressive as it did earlier.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we've had the rotation start to come down just a little bit, but we definitely don't want to let our guard down as we watch the storm continuing to move into the city of Clarendon, and we still have that tornado warning underway until 6:30. So we're still talking about 34 minutes or so for the cell. But at the present time, it looks like the heaviest activity is now north on 70 and making its way closer to Howardwick and to Greenbelt Lake. But again, definitely something we want to keep an eye on for our friends in Clarendon.
Yeah, John, we're getting a little bit of information on this storm from the Weather Service here. Rotation looks to be tightening a bit with reports of a potential rain-wrapped tornado in Clarendon. So they've had reports of a rain-wrapped tornado in Clarendon. Okay. Again, the reflectivity presentation does not look as impressive. When we switch back over to the velocity presentation, that's a little bit better still. It's still showing that rotation.
Close.
Yeah.
Chris, zoom in close to Clarendon. Let's see.
It's looking a little, that's still looking about as impressive as it was. Okay, from the Weather Service, no confirmation on this rain-wrapped tornado, but not out of the question with the radar signature. So there's still, it appears like they're still looking at just the radar at the moment with so much rain around it.
Right, I'm trying to pick it out. It's a tough one to see. It's not Bye.